if there is no tropical cyclone, the tropical region will continually heat, or will continually warm, and the polar regions will continually cool. So that would be one of the purpose of tropical cyclone. Do we have another questions coming from our participants here in the Zoom meeting? You may raise your hands. You may gesture. You may use the gesture raise hands here in the reactions to be able for us to acknowledge your question. So while waiting for our Zoom participants to articulate their questions, we have another question from our Facebook Live coming from Marbs Mondragon. So here's the question. In terms of vulnerability of a place, is it possible that the risk will be lessened, or is there any preventive measure to prevent the risk from the risk caused by the natural disasters?
Maybe if we refer to that question, thank you for that question.
Yes.
The exposure component is being about the location of an area being exposed to a particular hazard. We can mitigate exposure, but particularly by relocating or by removing those exposed elements on the way of that particular hazard. For the example earlier, if it is flooding, if it is the problem is river flooding, therefore we need to relocate those exposed elements away from the river. That is the main objective of increasing or decreasing exposure of an element. Now, if we want to retain those people living on the waterways, for example, near the river, we need to particularly put mitigative measures. That's why there are river protection projects being implemented by the government, or somehow those areas are being capacitated by increasing the height of their houses, and sometimes they are using other alternatives to deviate the water flow away from their houses. Those can be the remedies. The exposure element may be removed or may be retained in application of a mitigative activity. I think Professor Torion is uh, left with battery. Therefore, I may just proceed with the questions here at the chat box, which can a question from Sir Kim. If I may, thank you, moderator, for this. Why is it that most of the time the DRM activity or drill being conducted in school are earthquake drill? How about the other hazards? Thank you, Sir Kim. This is a very good question. Actually, we are exposed with so many hazards. However, it's only earthquake that being practiced. There should be drills to be conducted, particularly in the event that a tsunami may occur, a storm surge may occur, a flooding may occur, a fire may occur, or a tropical cyclone evacuation plan must be implemented during occurrence of these hazards. During this earthquake, usually this is unanticipated. It happens without the notice or without a forecast. That's why it is frequently being drilled by schools. But it is a good thing that it's not only earthquake being drilled, particularly fire, earthquake, and even tsunamis or storm surges near those coastal areas. We do that here in our area, particularly the coastal communities. We do a tsunami and storm surge drill during summer months in anticipation to the effects of these big waves during those months of Burr months. Sir Daniel, can you take over? Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'm back. Sir Torion is currently having a internet connection problem. So thank you, sir, for that informative answer. So the next question actually comes from me, no? Which can cause more damage? So is it this storm surge or a tsunami? And which one has the more chances of happening?
Yes, thank you, Sir Daniel. So if I may answer that question, I think it depends on the intensity because tsunamis and storm surges are very destructive. And the main difference or between the storm surge and tsunami is during our tsunami, we cannot predict the occurrence of tsunami. So we have to prepare for that. And then when for the storm surge, we have a storm surge forecast, which is when we have a tropical cyclone, it is incorporated in our severe weather bulletins. So we better prepare that we better prepare for the both for tsunami
And
and
to add, yes, and to add for that, these two particular hazards have their own generators. The tsunamis are generated by the occurrences of earthquakes and even volcanic eruptions. And the other one for storm surges, it's caused by a tropical storm category at least for them to
yeah.
generate these waves. In particulars, those areas near the coastal, there are several considerations being assessed for us to determine the extent of damage to be felt by those particular exposed areas. One is how far does the water may traverse? What are the areas above sea level? What are the areas that being affected not only by the water but also by the destructive waters? Those are being considered. One thing that we usually do in Pag-asa in anticipation to the effects of storm surges, we provide, as what Ms. Cloren have said, na we issue our storm surge forecast. For the component of the DOST FIVOX, they released tsunami bulletins that in event that a distant or inland earthquake happens and may cause the formation of tsunamis, therefore they release this information. Not all earthquake can generate tsunamis, and not all tropical cyclones can generate storm surges. There are particular level of magnitude for us to have the generation of tsunami and a particular category of tropical cyclone to generate storm surge.
Okay, thank you, Sir Romeo. So that is a very good answer, especially to our students. No, new information. So another question coming from our Facebook Live. I assume this was not answered yet. In terms of vulnerability of a place, is it possible that the risk will be lessened, or is there any preventive measure to prevent from the risks caused by the natural disasters?
That was answered
An answer.
earlier, Sir Dan.
Okay, sir.
Okay na po yan.
I was not online a while ago. This one from Elvis Ikoy Pacanyot. Before a super typhoon happens, is there any research or developing technology nowadays to destroy it before it falls on land? Nasiran ko rin po ba to?
Yes, sir. Answered na
Yes
rin.
po ako. Yes, sir.
So from our participants, from Zoom, another question from Sir Kim: how can we prepare students to such natural hazards?
That was a good question. Actually, the Department of Education and the Commission on Higher Education incorporates particular subjects on these hazards or natural hazards in their curriculum. For us, particularly the students of Visayas State University, you can contribute not only by educating yourselves but educating others. There are many informative IEC materials being provided by the warning agencies, particularly Pag-asa, MGB for the geological hazard, FIVOX for the other geological hazards, which you can use and you can propagate. Actually, we advise those from the national learning institutions or the SUCs that in the event they can provide their localized versions of those information education campaign materials which are easily understandable by the people living in that area. That can be a good way to educate our constituents or our even our members of the university for them to have the knowledge needed. For the I would like to challenge the students of meteorology of VSU that since you are dwelling into this particular science, we want you, or in particular, we would like to have a good research work on how those living on the areas near the VSU understands these particular informations. If in the science component, how even how perfect it is on the warning agency, if the people living on the or the stakeholders that will take action has a low informative or low application, therefore it is useless for us at the national government, even it is perfect forecast. What we want is to explore on the idea that understanding and proper action must take place once these information are received by the people. Thank you.
So that is a challenge for our first year and second year students, that as early as now, you may already think of a research topic that you have to take or you have to conduct, no, before you graduate your bachelor's degree in meteorology. So another question from Sir Jo Marie Seniza. Good morning. May I ask, what are the things to consider in measuring the damage caused by a disaster?
Sir. Usually at the national level, they collate how are what are the damages in agriculture, damages in lifelines, damages in economic losses, damages to environmental degradations. All are accounted in terms of money or denomination on peso. So lahat po ng mga kinukumpit doon, they will, for example, for 1 hectare of rice being affected by a tropical cyclone, what is the value of that 1 hectare of rice? For example, a building is damaged. What is the cost of restoration for that particular building? For example, at the economic losses, how many days that a particular establishment cannot operate? What are the particular losses in the business? So those are assessed through the post-disaster and needs analysis, or post-disaster analysis made by the Office of Civil Defense to account the totality of the damages being experienced by a particular event. It is reflected on the situational report of the Office of Civil Defense and the RRMC.
Okay, thank you, Sir Romeo, for that answers. Another question from our Facebook Live. Is there this is from Mr. Mark Vincent Carbo Catan Veresio. Is there a high possibility that the Philippines will experience a storm surge worse than the storm surge of Super Typhoon Yolanda in the near future? And how prepared is the country for that? Is there any preparation made by the Pagasa or the country in case there are stronger storm surges that will happen in the future?
The particular section or the particular division in Pag-asa that continuously make research and development on storm surges devote their time in storm surge simulations, and the records of the occurrence of storm surges are being compiled. There are certain areas in the country which is, for example, if an area is below sea level or within a flat condition or a beach, that can cause a bigger or higher chance of higher water inundation. In the case of Yolanda, they consider the concave convex form of the shore, which, for instance, if it is a concave type, there is a motion of wave moving towards a more specific region compared to that of a convex type of land formation. And even the movement of a tropical cyclone can cause how high a particular storm surge. If it is directly perpendicular to a landmass, therefore it is expected to have a higher wave or higher water level wave compared to that of a moving tropical cyclone in parallel to an island. So there are so much consideration, there are so much requisites for us to have a higher water inundation due to storm surges, and one key factor for that is how strong your tropical cyclone is.
Okay,
Miss
thank you, Sir
Anna?
Romeo. Miss Anne? Yes po, Miss Anna, do you have anything to add pa po?
Hello, sorry, naka-mute po ulit. So, yun po. So, I think na-answer naman po siya ni Sir Romy, and what we have to do now is to prepare for the worst. So, if that will happen, so we better prepared for that, and then, yun po. So, we will never know kung gaano po kalakas yung mga tropical cyclones that will happen in the future.
Okay, I guess Sir Torion has something to ask. He is raising his hand.
Okay. I would like to address this question to Miss Anna. Yes. So I am asking this question for the information of everybody. Whenever there is a tropical cyclone, it doesn't necessarily mean that all of the shores will experience storm surge, right? Will you
Yes,
please
yes.
expound? Will you please expound on this one?
Yes, yes. As I have discussed earlier, when the tropical cyclone is under the tropical storm category, that time there's a possibility that storm surge will happen, but it depends on uh, the sustained winds or the maximum winds that the tropical cyclone has. So, for example, if it is under the super typhoon category, so the chance of having a high storm surge is also high. So I think that's it. So it depends on the wind or the maximum sustained winds of the tropical cyclone.
I would like to have make a follow up on that. In terms of geographical location, would you say that, for example, a tropical cyclone is about to traverse the Philippine archipelago from the south southwest direction? Would you say that a possible storm surge will happen in the east western side of the Philippine archipelago? For example, during the Typhoon Haiyan, a large portion of the Leyte Island was devastated, but most of the localities that were affected by the storm surge is only on the eastern coast of the Leyte Island. So
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily mean, or would you agree if I say that it doesn't necessarily mean that a tropical cyclone would cause a storm surge, that it would cause a storm surge in all of the shorelines, right?
Yes,
Because
I think
one
yeah.
factor is the
Mm.
geographical
Location. And then the
location.
other factor is the maximum I think at the tropical cyclone or yung may pinakamalakas na hangin
Okay.
sa part na isang tropical cyclone was located at the northeastern quadrant of
Yes,
the
yes,
tropical cyclone. So
yes.
the yeah. So if
Because
your location, yeah.
Uh, kasi one of the challenges of the storm surge information dissemination is that most of the people would actually be alerted, di ba, unnecessarily alerted because of the storm surge forecast, but notwithstanding that their location is not necessarily part of the hard hit location or that are forecast, di ba? Kasi, for example, they are on the western seaboard of the island, meaning to say they
Yeah.
won't be. So it would also be good for the participants to know these things, to know the difference between the geographical location during a storm
Location.
surge forecast. Kasi
Yeah. If you're
most likely,
shielded by a
yeah,
mountain, so you're not
yes.
you're not vulnerable to the
So
storm. So
yes. Kasi one of the things that one of the problems actually is the unnecessary panic during
mm.
a disaster. So that would be all. Thank you very much for um, clarifying these things. Thank you.
Okay, so I have here another question from one of my students. So what could be the actually in Cebuano man good in his question is in Cebuano, so I'll just translate it. So what are the possible jobs or career opportunities for graduating or for meteorology students in the field of disaster risk reduction and management?
Thank you, Sir Dan. That is a very realistic question in the field of the students. When we ask the pioneers, Miss Anna, Miss Joran, the speaker this afternoon, and Sir Torion are part of the pioneer batch. When we graduate the BS Meteorology course way back in 2014, there are opportunities being offered to the academe, to the Weather Bureau and Pag-asa, and and to other organizations which have the same uh, the same qualifications needed for their positions. For those who want to dwell into disaster risk reduction and management, you can have or you can apply to the following offices. The DSWD has its own meteorology division, particularly dealing with the effects of tropical cyclones or other weather events. Even in the ILG, they have their operation center manning for that particular sector. We have the Climate Change Commission in dealing with climatology component. The Office of Civil Defense, it is being vocally mentioned during the meeting after the effects of Raleigh that there should be a particular people, scientific people who are hired under the OCCMP to give them fresh and detailed informations. Kasi not all the time Pag-asa will be there to give them the information. It's a good thing that they also have their own meteorologists. Those who are interested, once the Department of Disaster Resilience will pass into a department and sign into law, you can also delve into that profession. As for now, since for the next years to come, you can stay at the local government units because each local government unit from the municipality, city, and provincial, and even to regionals, they have their own DRRM offices. You are very useful, particularly under the operations section of each DRR offices. In our case, we want to, but we are committed already with our organizations. But during our time, once we know that there are still other areas that we can explore to, maybe we are not only at Pag-asa. Some of us diverse our attentions into the other fields. But you are lucky. Once you graduated, there are lots of opportunities waiting for you. All you have to do this time is to strive hard and graduate on time. Even not on time. Basta graduate muna kayo.
Miss Anne, do you have something to add?
Parang nasabi na ko lahat ni Sir Romy and then pero i-add ko lang yung modernization ng Pag-asa. So, I think when kapag na-approve po ito is more plantillas to open. So, you are welcome here in Pag-asa. To work here in Pag-asa.
Yeah, and then hopefully uh, students that are still undecided, I believe there are still students, high school students who are listening to us now. If you are still undecided on what course to take for your college, so you can also opt to choose meteorology here at the Visayas State University. Okay, another question from Miss Joanne Remotin. So this is my student this is a geodetic engineering student here at the Visayas State University. So her question is, although this is not really a meteorology thing, but this is related to the disaster risk reduction. So her question is about the possible earthquake that may happen in the NCR. How strong it is and how big would be its effect in the NCR.
Thank you, Miss Joanne. Actually, that's the one being uh, the FIVOX or the UST FIVOX already prepared for the big one. They are encouraging the local government units of NCR to prepare for that. They have made the plans and that's why every quarter they want the NCR authority or NCR LGUs to seriously do the drill, the earthquake drills because any moment, because the West Valley Fault, sabi nga ni Dr. Solidum ay hinug na, at any moment it may occur. As to the extent, Metro Manila is a very dense area. The moment an area is dense, therefore, when a big event happen, we expect to have bigger there will be a bigger damages, bigger occurrence of casualties. We cannot for now say how what will be the total extent, but it is really unimaginable if it happens. If you could remember occurrences of same magnitude 7 earthquakes in Indonesia and in Japan, those countries are less dense in population. Unlike in Metro Manila, it is a highly dense populated area. When a particular magnitude 7 earthquake occur, we expect to have a more devastating damage than compared to those in Japan and Indonesia. Dr. Sulidum can later on in the near future, you can listen to his talks. He is very good speaker, particularly on the effects of the big earthquake in Metro Manila. Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Joan. Thank you, Sir Dan.
Okay. Another question coming from Sir Marbs Mondragon from Facebook Live. This is a follow-up question. If a tropical cyclone has a maximum sustained winds above 220 kph, does the topography of a place affect on the impact of a tropical cyclone? So that's his question. So he's asking if the topography of a place affect the impact of a tropical cyclone for tropical cyclone with maximum sustained winds above 220 kph.
Yes, to that question po, Sir Marvs. So yes, malaking factor yung topography sa impacts ng tropical cyclone. So for example, here in mainland Luzon, we have Sierra Madre. So when the tropical cyclone hits us so the impacts on the western side or on the what do you call that? The leeward side of the mountain is lesser. So kapag po nag-hit yung tropical cyclone kasi dun sa mga bundok, mas humihina po siya. So yung impact po niya is mas nababawasan. So yun po.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anna. So I guess we can entertain the last two questions here in our chat box. So the first of the two last questions is coming from Ms. Joanna Marie Estares, one of our BS Meteorology students. So good morning once again. I have another question. Considering the destructive Bohol earthquake that struck way back 2013, why is it that there was no tsunami that had occurred? Does this have to do with the geographical location of the place?
Yes po. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sorry.
actually, not all earthquakes can generate particular tsunamis. The geographical location is also a good indicator. If it's inland or near a land area, it may not necessarily generate earthquake. And for a simple exercise or experiment, you may put water on a basin, then drop a big stone, then you can see how the ripples of water propagates. If the area is located behind those ripples, therefore the tsunami will not affect the area. But if it is within the direction in which the ripples came from, therefore a wave can be expected to occur in the area. That could be a good way to experiment which particular areas can be affected once there's a movement from the shore or there's an effect of earthquake that may generate tsunamis.
Okay, thank you, Sir Romeo. Another question, actually this is a direct message to me by a second-year student. So he don't want to mention his name, but this is in relation to the effect of tropical cyclones Ulysses and Rolly. So there is a massive public post in Facebook that gained the attention of the public. So the post explains the role of Sierra Madre mountain ranges as defense of the country against tropical cyclone. So does Pag-asa or scientists have scientific claims to this? So the role, he is asking about the role of the Sierra Madre mountain ranges in um, the dynamic of tropical cyclones?
Yes po. Opo, as I've said earlier po, yung mga mountain ranges po natin has a big role para po sa destruction ng ating tropical cyclone. As we all know, na kapag yung tropical cyclone po natin is hit po dun sa ating mga mountain ranges, nasisira po yung yung itsura or nasisira yung circulation na ating tropical cyclone. So when that happens, that result to the weakening of the tropical cyclone. So the mountain ranges here in Luzon has a meron po siya malaking role to lessen the impacts and also to weaken the tropical cyclone. So meron po siya. And I don't know, I'm not sure kung ano pong page or kung sino po yung nag-post ng ganun. And I hope na yung nabasa niyo po is totoo or tama po yung pagkaka-explain dun sa occurrence po ni ni Typhoon Ulysses.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Ana.
Hello.
Sir Mion, do you have something to add? Oh, yes. Sir Charlene Tutorial is raising his hand.
Hello. Actually, this is a very good question. No, kasi one of the purpose of this webinar is to invite science teachers, science teachers in high school, especially those who are teaching the earth and life science, physics, because yung question na yun is actually just a basic application of friction, which is a very common topic in physics. So kaya namin invite yung mga high school teachers is for them to bridge the gap of the natural science, which is physics, and the field of meteorology. Kasi nga, one of the purpose is to deliver the science of meteorology down to the grassroots, to the students. Yung kanina, the role of Sierra Madre, of course, there is actually a great effect of the topography because of the concept of frictions, which tends to slow down the motion of a certain object. So yun po yung purpose. Kaya one of the main purpose po talaga is for us to deliver this message to the science high school teachers. Yan lang po. Yan lang po gusto mo idagdag.
Okay, so I guess the last question that we will entertain is related to what Sir Charlene Tutorion had said a while ago. So good morning, I am currently a science teacher from Cebu and planning to pursue meteorology someday. So ano po kaya ang process po from being a science teacher to a meteorologist? Anyone can answer. Also, Sir Yugi can also answer this question.
There are certain ways. First is the proper way by enrolling to a degree in meteorology, particularly the Bachelor of Science in Meteorology, or to the Masters of Science in Meteorology. We have this Sir Dan, Sir Charlindo, and even si Charlie. They are from the University of the Philippines, taking up or took up a Masters of Science in Meteorology. The second option is you may enroll or you may be a trainee of Pag-asa through meteorological training course. We conduct this training yearly. It is a 1-year training for meteorologists, but for the a good thing that I would like to emphasize here, particularly to this matter, there are no registered license for meteorologists in the Philippines as of now. But I would like to expand it later on that the practice of meteorology, just like any other profession, must have their own license. So later on, if we will be given the chance by the PRC, ako po kasi yung ang committee chair on the professionalism of meteorology at ng Philippine Meteorological Society, and my aim is that I would like to introduce a bill to the lower house and to the Senate granting that the PRC may provide us licensure examinations for meteorology, for us to quote and quote registered meteorologists, and only those who are graduate of a degree in meteorology are qualified to take the examinations. So if you want, ma'am, to be part of the team na masasabi nating registered meteorology in the future, better option po yung number 1, mag-aral naging ng BS or MS. Kung ayaw niyo po ninyo, ma'am, pwede naman po yung alternative mag-training for MTC. Sa amin po sa Pag-asa, we encourage not only those engineering majors, lahat po na may ng physical science, and even those engineering graduates with particular subjects in mathematics and physics are qualified to take the entrance examination for meteorological training course. Dun sa part po ni ma'am, since science teacher po kayo, I believe kung ang magkulang lang po dito is yung unit po ng mathematics. You can enroll that unit then apply for a training. Mabilis po yung 1 year para maging meteorologist.
Okay, so a while ago you were talking about, Sir Romeo, about the bill that is it already being processed in the Senate? So gaano kaya katagal bago kami bago mangyari yung ganun na magkakaroon ng licensed meteorologist here in the Philippines?
Actually, during the planning session of my special committee, we have set a timeline. We would like to propose, we are looking for a sponsor. So we have selected 2 congressmen to sponsor for this. However, due to this pandemic, we are restricted for the, preferably kasi directly kami dun sa opisina ng congresswoman or ni senator makipag-communicate. What we have done for the moment, we have make the foundation of the Constitution and bylaws of the PMS as the foundation din ng bill natin for the professional. As to timeline, if in the event makapag-create po ng bill within the year, it takes another year to furnish that one, and magkakaroon po kasi ng maraming committee hearings, particularly on this. So more likely within that 2-year period, medyo malabo pa siguro. Pero in the near future, it is been the aim of PMS since the time of Trustee Vasconcelio, who is now taking her PhD in Korea. Siya pa nag-umpisa noon, that was 4 years ago. So up to now, we are still fighting for it. And hopefully, yung mga graduates ng consortium natin, the VSU, MMSU, CLSU, and BU will be the first na maging benefactors ng pagkakaroon aside sa maamin na pioneer and the graduates of MS Met. So hopefully in the future, we can see a brighter side na sana may lisensya naman din tayo. Unlike the other countries, they are practicing with the license, and it's a good thing for us to practice also with the license, with the proper sanctions, and sometimes nagkakaroon kasi ng pag-angat din ng status kapag lisensyado. So that's our aim for PMS.
Okay, thank you, Sir Romeo. So I guess this is the end of our open forum for this morning. Marami tayong naging learnings, no? Okay, thank you very much to our speakers, Miss Ana and Sir Romeo.
Okay, thank you very much to our speakers, Ms. Ana Liza Cloren, Mr. Romeo Ganal, and our forum mediator, Mr. Daniel Silor. That concludes our morning session. Thank you, speakers and participants, for that educative discussion. And now, to award the certificate of appreciation to our dear speakers, may I request Mr. Daniel Silor, Head of the Department of Meteorology, Visayas State University, to award the certificates.
Okay, so I would like to read the citation. The Visayas State University College of Engineering and Technology, Department of Meteorology, Visca, Baybay City, Leyte, Philippines, would like to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Annalisa C. Cloren for her invaluable service as the resource speaker on the topic Severe Weather Phenomena in the Philippines during the webinar entitled #WeatherWiser, a New Normal, in celebration of the World Meteorological Day on March 22, 2021. Given this 22nd day of March 2021 at the Department of Meteorology, Visayas State University, Baybay City, Leyte. Signed, yours truly, Head, Department of Meteorology, Dr. Roberto C. Duarte, Dean, College of Engineering and Technology, and OIC Vice President for Research, Extension, and Innovation, Dr. Antonio P. Abamo. Another certificate is being awarded to Mr. Romeo B. Ganal for his invaluable service as the resource speaker on the topic, the disaster risk reduction and management in the Philippines, challenges and opportunities during the webinar entitled #WeatherWiser, a New Normal, in celebration of the World Meteorological Day on March 22, 2021. Given this 22nd day of March 2021 at the Department of Meteorology, Visayas State University, Baybay City, Leyte. Signed, yours truly, Head of the Department of Meteorology, Dr. Roberto Siguarte, Dean, College of Engineering and Technology, and OIC Vice President for Research, Extension, and Innovation, Dr. Antonio P. Obamo. Thank you so much for this wonderful morning session. So these certificates will be sent to you via LBC together with VSU token of appreciation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Dan, and thank you, Sir Torion, and to everyone.
Thank you po. Thank you very much.
Sir Torion, nakamute po kayo.
So that's it for our morning session. We will have a 1 hour break for the lunch. And as much as we would, the circumstance does not permit us to. So for now, we'll have our individual lunches and hope that soon we will have this kind of seminar in a face-to-face setting. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, and see you again after the break.
Tell your father the witching hour is dead. I woke up restless, watching the time slip away. And the seas are getting rough, and it is getting harder to see your face.
I think I speak for every high school graduate when I say choosing where to go to college. It's a big decision. It's a big deal.
Because I graduated valedictorian in my elementary or high school, they would say I'm intelligent. You should go to those big schools in Cebu or in Manila, take this course or that. It would be great for you.
You know, schools float these rankings, awards and all that. But for me, what really matters is that sense of pride the school gives you. You wear it like a badge of honor. And that feeling that you're proud, I could say, I found it here at VSU.
This is Visayas State University, a school by the mountain and the sea. To its east, you will see the majestic Mount Pangasugan, a rich virgin forest considered to be one of the country's last forest frontiers. To its west is the Camote Sea, where you will see vivid, gorgeous sunsets almost every time.
You're setting foot at the most beautiful educational campus in the Philippines. This 1,099-hectare area in Western Leyte hosts the only dark green school in the Visayas and the only school recognized by the Department of Tourism as a tourist destination.
The first thing that struck me when I got here was how beautiful the campus is, like with the mountains and the sea, and it's really green, like with the forest, and the people as well. They're really lovely.
Many of the students who went there got inspired, not only from the professors, but even the place is very inspiring, you know, from the mountain down to the sea. It's beautiful. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I thought Visca had a good future. You cannot find a campus as beautifully located as it is.
I haven't been to any other place like it. I think the campus is one of the most beautiful, I've ever seen.
But there's more than what meets the eye. This place is beautiful, yes, but there's so much more to VSU than its physical beauty.
Our wonderful sceneries are just a backdrop of a vibrant university with a strong foundation. In the areas of instruction, research, and extension, VSU stands out among the rest. And it's because being excellent has become a culture and tradition in this university.
VSU is a 5-campus system with branch campuses in the later towns of Alang-Alang, Isabel, Tolosa, and Villaba. The main campus in Baybay City houses 8 colleges, the oldest and largest of which is my college, the College of Agriculture and Food Science.
When I came here first to the Philippines, the question of where to go to college came. My relatives here strongly recommended VSU, and now I know why.
You just need to take a look at VSU's record. Graduates top licensure exams, they land good jobs, or start worthwhile endeavors. That's more than enough proof.
Isang bagay ang common sa mga VSU graduates, which all of us should be proud of. It's the good attitude towards work. Kapag taga VSU, these are students willing to work overtime. They are willing to put their all in what they are doing. They're so passionate. They have attention to detail. Yan yung character ng isang product ng VSU.
VSU graduates really are in high demand, most especially in colleges and universities and research centers.
VISCA was able, or is able until now, produce very competitive graduates and professionals. It's observed wherever you go in the country, there are always VISCANs in different agencies. And these VISCANs, or the graduates from VISCA, are doing well in their respective job assignments.
Among the many strengths VSU is known for, the most important is our reputation for doing world-class research.
You cannot be labeled a university, really a university, if you don't do any research. Universities are actually a generator of knowledge, and you can only generate knowledge if you do research. VSU is always on the forefront of conducting research. We are also recognized in the country as a research university in some commodities like root crops, coconut, abaca.
If you have good research programs, you can generate funds. And with those funding, then even the students can have their thesis as part of that research program. And that is very, very important.
At the time, we viewed research as an important tool for development.
Research sets VSU apart from the other SUCs.
If I were to compare, VSU has a superior research culture. Sa atin, Manilang ang mag-conduct ng thesis. Iba ang training sa VSU when it comes to research.
In the Philippines, honestly, I think there are only two research universities, UPLB and VSU.
Our main icon, where we have the woman and a man, in search for truth, actually tells us that we should focus on research because the search for truth depicts the partnership of a man and woman in research. So it sets the direction of the university.
We have tried to work with a number of other institutions within the Philippines. We've found it very difficult on occasions to find the appropriate people to engage with. And that's why we've continued to work with VSU, because we've always, no matter what we've wanted to do, we've always been able to find someone here that's been willing to work with us on a particular project. Our experience with VSU has always been very positive. On occasions when we've tried to engage with some other universities within the Philippines, this experience hasn't been as positive. Certainly at VSU, we've got this group of people that are very strongly engaged and passionate about research, and we've found it very easy to work with people here because of that.
Research is important in the DNA of VSU because through engagement in research activities, there are a lot of skills, not only competencies in doing research, but skills that will be developed. And equally important are the values that will also be developed in a student who is involved in research. One is, of course, critical thinking skills, analytical thinking skills, problem-solving skills, decision-making skills. And this, I think, these skills that I have gained when I was so exposed with research activities in VISCA are the skills that I have now and I am applying as administrator, as president of Southern Leyte State University. I'm really proud that I was nurtured in that particular culture of research. So I would like to replicate that here.
A lot of the growth of VSU can be attributed to research. Internationally and nationally, we're known for research. Our national centers that are based here at the VSU have exhibited that we can improve the lives of many of our fisher folks and farmers through the application of our findings in research.
With that, I think by addressing the needs of the small farmers at the time, we were able to gain some foothold in the field of agriculture research. And this is exemplified by some awards that were received by the institution, including a Tanglag Award.
Research and extension are partners. With extension, you transfer this new knowledge to the beneficiaries. Of course, we have extension programs that cater to the needs of the region, also in other parts of the country. We have generated technologies, and we know what our community needs. VSU is always ready to do that. We deploy our technical experts, our extension workers to communities that really need them. And also, we cater to the needs of those who come to the university for the technical assistance so that the programs in the community can also take off.
The technologies, the research program that it is pursuing contributes not only in the development of the region, but to the development of the country as a whole. The results of the results of research that it is doing will benefit not only the people in Region 8, but also the people in other places in the country.
You will understand how VSU has come so far by looking back. From its humble beginnings as a small agricultural school in the 1920s, it has grown to become a research university that is recognized internationally.
But much of VSU's growth and development happened in the 1970s, when it was called the Visayas State College of Agriculture, or simply known as VISCA. Dr. Fernando A. Bernardo and his wife, Dr. Emiliana, together built a strong college with strong research values.
In 2001, VISCA became a university called Leyte State University. It was also that time it integrated 4 more campuses from different towns in Leyte.
However, VISCA's original mandate has always been the whole of the Visayas region. That's why we really pushed for it to have the name it rightly owns, VSU, Visayas State University.
And we continue to improve. We have made sure we give the best service not only to our communities, but also to the students, partners, and other stakeholders of VSU.
We believe accreditation is very important to us because we want to be sure that the governance, the delivery of our programs, the quality of our instruction, our support to students is actually of highest quality. Our status as the first accredited institutions throughout the country really bring honor to this institution because there are 113 state universities and colleges in the whole country, and to be the first one to be institutionally accredited is really something. It really affirms or confirms the quality that we are really delivering to our students and to the stakeholders that we serve.
I look at it not as a comprehensive university, but a university of science and technology with an important purpose to create an impact. We had strong staff development, not only in instruction, but in research and extension. It has a culture and tradition of research, and I'm glad it continued to develop that way.
Even though we're now VSU, people have learned to call it VISCA, because that was in the 70s and 80s that it grew exponentially. So we call ourselves Viscans. Yes, Viscans. That's who we are.
Our identity as Viscans, proud Viscans, is like a stamp of quality. VSU graduates bring along that sense of pride of being a Viscan wherever they go.
Being a Viscan, I always feel that I have that responsibility to somehow project an image of being a hard worker, a development worker, and someone who really looks at the welfare of the majority, especially our farmers and fisher folks.
I am very much proud to be a Viscan, to be an alumna of VISCA or the Visayas State University. One word, excellence. The culture of excellence. The one thing that differentiates VISCA or VSU now from other universities. And I am proud, as always and as ever, to tell the world that I am a graduate of VSU or VISCA.
I'm proud to be a Viscan because of the training that I went through. It's because of the quality of education. It's because of the environment. Wow! From the mountain to the sea. Excellent environment, excellent academic and research culture, beautiful social environment where people have a strong sense of family and community. These are the things that a person will truly be proud of. I am Ryan F. Barcelo, and I am a proud Viscan.
I am Mark Michael Unlukay, and I am a proud Viscan.
I am Jemima Canoy, and I am a proud Viscan.
I am Giselle Mariguatlo, and I am a proud Viscan.
എൻ്റെ പേര് സാഗർ എന്നാണ്. അതുമാത്രമല്ല ഞാനൊരു വിസ്കൻ ആയതിൽ അഭിമാനിക്കുന്നു.
Ako si Yari Cortez, ug akong garbo nga ako taga Visca.
Prince Darius Lina, taga Bisca, 100%.
I'm Bernie at Stockmo. I'm a very proud Biscan.
I am Prose Ivy Guaza Yepes, and I am a proud Viscan.
I am Edgardo E. Tulin. We are proud Viscans.
There is an idyllic island in central Philippines where you could find one of the most beautiful There is an idyllic island in central Philippines where you could find one of the most beautiful schools in the country. The island is Leyte, and it is home to the Visayas State University. Perfectly situated between the majestic Mount Pangasugan in the east and the peaceful Camotes Sea in the west, VSU is widely known to be one of the most scenic schools in this part of the world. In fact, the Department of Tourism recommends it as a tourist destination in eastern Visayas. It is a wonderfully crafted campus, a resort university, truly one of its kind. But VSU has not only earned a reputation of being a paradise, for it is also recognized as one of the best state universities in the Philippines. It is manned by a powerhouse of researchers, scientists, professors, and students who push the boundaries of science and technology every day to make a difference. Why VSU has propelled itself into international renown lies in its rich history. Its humble beginnings trace back to 1924, when it was established as a small agricultural school. But it started to grow exponentially when it became the Visayas State College of Agriculture, or VISCA, in 1974. Former VISCA President Fernando A. Bernardo, an institution builder and visionary, was at the helm. VISCA sent out its people to train in the top agricultural schools here and abroad and created versatile spaces where thinkers could innovate. A carefully designed and landscaped campus with state-of-the-art facilities that very few in the country could afford to have. But most importantly, VISCA instilled the values of searching for truth and pursuing excellence to everyone that entered its portals. So much so that a statue called the Search for Truth, sitting at the top of the hill, was set to become the university's symbol of its existence. In a few decades, VISCA became Leyte State University and then Visayas State University. In the process, it grew to become one of the premier universities of science and technology in the country, joining the ranks of the University of the Philippines and other top state universities as authorities in agriculture and allied fields. VSU and its people, called Viscans, are consistently recognized for noble accomplishments. The university prides itself on being the first school that the ACOP has accredited institutionally. Because we recognize the need to continuously improve, VSU subjects its programs, units, and systems to quality assurance mechanisms year by year. VSU's stature in the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, or PASUC, is well known, being in the top tier as a Level 4 SUC and leading the way in many best practices in client-centered governance. VSU officials, researchers, and faculty are also recipients of prestigious awards like the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Award, the highest recognition to people in government service. Just recently, VSU President Edgardo E. Tulin received the Outstanding Research Administrator Award from the Department of Science and Technology, recognizing how he makes excellent research happen in the university. But despite all these, VSU sets its eyes on an even bigger goal: to be a globally competitive university of science, technology, and environmental conservation. While VSU has been collaborating with institutions abroad for research, and in fact gained recognition for our accomplishments, we wish to do more in years to come. Recognizing the need to amplify our presence internationally, VSU established the International Affairs Office as a central hub for all things global. The VSU website and strong social media presence have made the university visible online, connecting a wonderful community of proud Viscans roaming far and wide. VSU has seen a spike in enrollment of foreign students, as it also sends out its students and staff to universities abroad, thanks to our ties with Erasmus Mundus and other organizations like AACU. This is our way of fulfilling the promise of mobility in the ASEAN integration. The Innovation Center and the Regional Climate Change Center are nearing completion, set to become international hubs of cutting-edge S&T research relevant to the needs of the times. These will be welcome additions to our globally competitive research units, such as the Philippine Root Crops Research and Training Center, National Abaca Research Center, and the National Coconut Research Center. VSU continues to open its doors to Filipinos and foreign nationals who want to get world-class education while enjoying the wonders that nature has to offer. In turn, these Viscans set out on their journeys around the globe, empowering communities wherever they go. Visayas State University, as a globally competitive university in science, technology, and environmental conservation, accepts the challenge to take the search for truth further, providing access to success in a changing world.
I think I speak for every high school graduate when I say choosing where to go to college. It's a big decision. It's a big deal.
Because I graduated valedictorian in my elementary or high school, they would say I'm intelligent. You should go to those big schools in Cebu or in Manila, take this course or that. It would be great for you.
You know, schools float these rankings, awards and all that. But for me, what really matters is that sense of pride the school gives you. You wear it like a badge of honor. And that feeling that you're proud, I could say, I found it here at VSU.
This is Visayas State University, a school by the mountain and the sea. To its east, you will see the majestic Mount Pangasugan, a rich virgin forest considered to be one of the country's last forest frontiers. To its west is the Camote Sea, where you will see vivid, gorgeous sunsets almost every time.
You're setting foot at the most beautiful educational campus in the Philippines. This 1,099-hectare area in Western Leyte hosts the only dark green school in the Visayas and the only school recognized by the Department of Tourism as a tourist destination.
The first thing that struck me when I got here was how beautiful the campus is, like with the mountains and the sea, and it's really green, like with the forest, and the people as well. They're really lovely.
Many of the students who went there got inspired, not only from the professors, but even the place is very inspiring, you know, from the mountain down to the sea. It's beautiful. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I thought Visca had a good future. You cannot find a campus as beautifully located as it is.
I haven't been to any other place like it. I think the campus is one of the most beautiful, I've ever seen.
But there's more than what meets the eye. This place is beautiful, yes, but there's so much more to VSU than its physical beauty.
Our wonderful sceneries are just a backdrop of a vibrant university with a strong foundation. In the areas of instruction, research, and extension, VSU stands out among the rest. And it's because being excellent has become a culture and tradition in this university.
VSU is a 5-campus system with branch campuses in the later towns of Alang-Alang, Isabel, Tolosa, and Villaba. The main campus in Baybay City houses 8 colleges, the oldest and largest of which is my college, the College of Agriculture and Food Science.
When I came here first to the Philippines, the question of where to go to college came. My relatives here strongly recommended VSU, and now I know why.
You just need to take a look at VSU's record. Graduates top licensure exams, they land good jobs, or start worthwhile endeavors. That's more than enough proof.
Isang bagay ang common sa mga VSU graduates, which all of us should be proud of. It's the good attitude towards work. Kapag taga VSU, these are students willing to work overtime. They are willing to put their all in what they are doing. They're so passionate. They have attention to detail. Yan yung character ng isang product ng VSU.
VSU graduates really are in high demand, most especially in colleges and universities and research centers.
VISCA was able, or is able until now, produce very competitive graduates and professionals. It's observed wherever you go in the country, there are always VISCANs in different agencies. And these VISCANs, or the graduates from VISCA, are doing well in their respective job assignments.
Among the many strengths VSU is known for, the most important is our reputation for doing world-class research.
You cannot be labeled a university, really a university, if you don't do any research. Universities are actually generator of knowledge, and you can only generate knowledge if you do research. VSU is always on the forefront of conducting research. We are also recognized in the country as a research university in some commodities like root crops, coconut, abaca.
If you have good research programs, you can generate funds. And with those funding, then even students can have their thesis as part of that research program. And that is very, very important.
At the time, we viewed research as an important tool for development.
Research sets VSU apart from the other SUCs.
If I were to compare, VSU has a superior research culture. Sa atin, Manilang ang mag-conduct ng thesis. Iba ang training sa VSU when it comes to research.
In the Philippines, honestly, I think there are only two research universities, UPLB and VSU.
Our main icon, where we have the woman and a man, in search for truth, actually tells us that we should focus on research, because the search for truth depicts the partnership of a man and woman in research. So it sets the direction of the university.
We have tried to work with a number of other institutions within the Philippines. We've found it very difficult on occasions to find the appropriate people to engage with. And that's why we've continued to work with VSU, because we've always, no matter what we've wanted to do, we've always been able to find someone here that's been willing to work with us on a particular project. Our experience with VSU has always been very positive. On occasions when we've tried to engage with some other universities within the Philippines, this experience hasn't been as positive. Certainly at VSU, we've got this group of people that are very strongly engaged and passionate about research, and we've found it very easy to work with people here because of that.
Research is important in the DNA of VSU because through engagement in research activities, there are a lot of skills, not only competencies in doing research, but skills that will be developed. And equally important are the values that will also be developed in a student who is involved in research. One is, of course, critical thinking skills, analytical thinking skills, problem-solving skills, decision-making skills. And this, I think, these skills that I have gained when I was so exposed with research activities in VISCA are the skills that I have now, and I am applying as administrator, as president of Southern Leyte State University. I'm really proud that I was nurtured in that particular culture of research. So I would like to replicate that here.
A lot of the growth of VSU can be attributed to research. Internationally and nationally, we're known for research. Our national centers that are based here at the VSU have exhibited that we can improve the lives of many of our fisher folks and farmers through the application of our findings in research.
With that, I think by addressing the needs of the small farmers at the time, we were able to gain some foothold in the field of agriculture research. And this is exemplified by some awards that were received by the institution, including a Tanglag Award.
Research and extension are partners. With extension, you transfer this new knowledge to the beneficiaries. Of course, we have extension programs that cater to the needs of the region, also in other parts of the country. We have generated technologies, and we know what our community needs. VSU is always ready to do that. We deploy our technical experts, our extension workers to communities that really need them. And also, we cater to the needs of those who come to the university for the technical assistance so that the programs in the community can also take off.
The technologies, the research program that it is pursuing contributes not only in the development of the region, but to the development of the country as a whole. The results of the results of research that it is doing will benefit not only the people in Region 8, but also the people in other places in the country.
You will understand how VSU has come so far by looking back. From its humble beginnings as a small agricultural school in the 1920s, it has grown to become a research university that is recognized internationally.
But much of VSU's growth and development happened in the 1970s, when it was called the Visayas State College of Agriculture, or simply known as VISCA. Dr. Fernando A. Bernardo and his wife, Dr. Emiliana, together built a strong college with strong research values.
In 2001, VISCA became a university called Leyte State University. It was also that time it integrated 4 more campuses from different towns in Leyte.
However, VISCA's original mandate has always been the whole of the Visayas region. That's why we really pushed for it to have the name it rightly owns, VSU, Visayas State University.
And we continue to improve. We have made sure we give the best service not only to our communities, but also to the students, partners, and other stakeholders of VSU.
We believe accreditation is very important to us because we want to be sure that the governance, the delivery of our programs, the quality of our instruction, our support to students is actually of highest quality. Our status as the first accredited institutions throughout the country really bring honor to this institution because there are 113 state universities and colleges in the whole country, and to be the first one to be institutionally accredited is really something. It really affirms or confirms the quality that we are really delivering to our students and to the stakeholders that we serve.
I look at it not as a comprehensive university, but a university of science and technology with an important purpose to create an impact. We had strong staff development, not only in instruction, but in research and extension. It has a culture and tradition of research, and I'm glad it continued to develop that way.
Even though we're now VSU, people have learned to call it Visca because that was in the 70s and 80s that it grew exponentially. So we call ourselves Viscans. Yes, Viscans. That's who we are.
Our identity as Viscans, proud Viscans, is like a stamp of quality. VSU graduates bring along that sense of pride of being a Viscan wherever they go.
Being a Viscan, I always feel that I have that responsibility to somehow project an image of being a hard worker, a development worker, and someone who really looks at the welfare of the majority, especially our farmers and fisher folks.
I am very much proud to be a Viscan, to be an alumna of Visca or the Visayas State University. One word, excellence. The culture of excellence. The one thing that differentiates Visca or VSU now from other universities. And I am proud, as always and as ever, to tell the world that I am a graduate of VSU or Visca.
I'm proud to be a Viscan because of the training that I went through. It's because of the quality of education. It's because of the environment. Wow! From the mountain to the sea. Excellent environment, excellent academic and research culture, beautiful social environment where people have a strong sense of family and community. These are the things that a person will truly be proud of. I am Ryan F. Barcelo, and I am a proud Viscan.
I am Mark Michael Unlukay, and I am a proud Viscan.
I am Jemima Canoy, and I am a proud Viscan.
I am Giselle Mariguatlo, and I am a proud Viscan.
എൻ്റെ പേര് സാഗർ എന്നാണ്. അതുമാത്രമല്ല ഞാനൊരു വിസ്കൻ ആയതിൽ അഭിമാനിക്കുന്നു.
Ako si Yari Cortez, ug akong garbo nga ako taga Visca.
Prince Darius Lina, taga Visca, 100%.
I'm Bernie at Stockmo. I'm a very proud Viscan.
I am Prose Ivy Guaza Yepes, and I am a proud Viscan.
I am Edgardo E. Tulin. We are proud Viscans.
There is an idyllic island in central Philippines where you could find one of the most beautiful schools in the country. The island is Leyte, and it is home to the Visayas State University. Perfectly situated between the majestic Mount Pangasugan in the east and the peaceful Camotes Sea in the west, VSU is widely known to be one of the most scenic schools in this part of the world. In fact, the Department of Tourism recommends it as a tourist destination in eastern Visayas. It is a wonderfully crafted campus, a resort university, truly one of its kind. But VSU has not only earned a reputation of being a paradise, for it is also recognized as one of the best state universities in the Philippines. It is manned by a powerhouse of researchers, scientists, professors, and students who push the boundaries of science and technology every day to make a difference. Why VSU has propelled itself into international renown lies in its rich history. Its humble beginnings trace back to 1924, when it was established as a small agricultural school. but it started to grow exponentially when it became the Visayas State College of Agriculture, or VISCA, in 1974. Former VISCA President Fernando A. Bernardo, an institution builder and visionary, was at the helm. VISCA sent out its people to train in the top agricultural schools here and abroad and created versatile spaces where thinkers could innovate. A carefully designed and landscaped campus with state-of-the-art facilities that very few in the country could afford to have. But most importantly, VISCA instilled the values of searching for truth and pursuing excellence to everyone that entered its portals. So much so that a statue called the Search for Truth, sitting at the top of the hill, was set to become the university's symbol of its existence. In a few decades, VISCA became Leyte State University and then Visayas State University. In the process, it grew to become one of the premier universities of science and technology in the country, joining the ranks of the University of the Philippines and other top state universities as authorities in agriculture and allied fields. VSU and its people, called Viscans, are consistently recognized for noble accomplishments. The university prides itself on being the first school that the ACUP has accredited institutionally. Because we recognize the need to continuously improve, VSU subjects its programs, units, and systems to quality assurance mechanisms year by year. VSU's stature in the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, or PASUC, is well known, being in the top tier as a Level 4 SUC and leading the way in many best practices in client-centered governance. VSU officials, researchers, and faculty are also recipients of prestigious awards like the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Award, the highest recognition to people in government service. Just recently, VSU President Edgardo E. Tulin received the Outstanding Research Administrator Award from the Department of Science and Technology, recognizing how he makes excellent research happen in the university. But despite all these, VSU sets its eyes on an even bigger goal: to be a globally competitive university of science, technology, and environmental conservation. While VSU has been collaborating with institutions abroad for research, and in fact gained recognition for our accomplishments, we wish to do more in years to come. Recognizing the need to amplify our presence internationally, VSU established the International Affairs Office as the central hub for all things global. The VSU website and strong social media presence have made the university visible online, connecting a wonderful community of proud Viscans roaming far and wide. VSU has seen a spike in enrollment of foreign students, as it also sends out its students and staff to universities abroad, thanks to our ties with Erasmus Mundus and other organizations like AACU. This is our way of fulfilling the promise of mobility in the ASEAN integration. The Innovation Center and the Regional Climate Change Center are nearing completion, set to become international hubs of cutting-edge S&T research relevant to the needs of the times. These will be welcome additions to our globally competitive research units, such as the Philippine Root Crops Research and Training Center, National Abaca Research Center, and the National Coconut Research Center. VSU continues to open its doors to Filipinos and foreign nationals who want to get world-class education while enjoying the wonders that nature has to offer. In turn, these Viscans set out on their journeys around the globe, empowering communities wherever they go. Visayas State University, as a globally competitive university in science, technology, and environmental conservation, accepts the challenge to take the search for truth further, providing access to success in a changing world.
Tell your father the witching hour is dead. I woke up restless, watching the time slip away. And the seas are getting rough, and it is getting harder to see your face.
Welcome, everyone, to the afternoon session of our webinar. I hope everyone had a sumptuous lunch. Before we jump right into the next session, let us have a short recapitulation of what transpired this morning. Mr. Charlie Andan, you have the floor.
Hello, so good afternoon, everyone. How was your lunch break? So I hope you have a good lunch break, okay? So this morning, our speaker gave us a talk about the different weather system in the Philippines. So we have thunderstorm with accompanied lightning. We also have and a possible storm surge. We also have what else? Monsoon in the Philippines. So we have the northeast monsoon. We also have the southwest monsoon. And then this is all these phenomena are actually due to due to the presence of the ITCZ in our country. And then these different weather system also have they have also different effects in our lives. So these effects, we can mitigate them with the help of our second speaker. So we are being taught on the topic about the disaster risk reduction and management in the Philippines. So we are now aware about the different effects, disaster effects, such as casualties. We also have lost resources of livelihood. We also have environmental damages, so on and so forth. So generally, during the morning, we have a very wonderful talk. And this afternoon, stay tuned because our speakers will provide us a talk about our sea-air interaction and climate change versus our changing climate. So fasten your seatbelt and stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charlie and Dan. And now, for the third session, allow me to introduce to you our esteemed speaker. Our third speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Geology in the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She also finished her Master of Science in Geology in the same university. She finished her Doctor of Philosophy in Earth Science in Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. She also had a long career as a university research associate in the National Institute of Geological Sciences and Marine Science Institute in the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She also had a 2-year stint as a research fellow in the Earth Observatory of Singapore, Nanyang Technological University. Currently, she is a faculty member of the Central Visayan Institute Foundation. Now, she will be delivering a talk on ocean-land interaction. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our third speaker, Dr. Janely Leia A. Soria.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me
Good
share my
afternoon, Dr.
screen.
Leia.
Thank you for inviting me on this webinar series. Nakashare na ba?
Yes po.
Okay. And may I ask who are our participants this afternoon? Meron ba? Meron ba yung mga international participants natin?
Let me check po, Doc Leia.
Indonesia? Hindi, okay lang. Mag-English na lang ako para sigurado.
Yes, yes po.
Okay. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. I will be talking about ocean-land interactions, specifically on coastal hazards, which has been my field of specialization since 2003. But I thank Lisa and Romeo, our speakers this morning, who gave a background information on storm surge and tsunami. Well, coastal zone is a dynamic environment where ocean and land constantly interact. This is a photo showing the damage of storm surge during Yolanda in Tanawan, Leyte, when the Typhoon Yolanda hit the island on November 2013. The Philippines is located along a typhoon highway. Only Mindanao and the southern parts of Palawan encounter less typhoons. With this inherent geographical location, the Philippine Islands are very exposed to multiple hazards to typhoons, including intense rainfall, wind damage, and storm surge. This is a Pag-asa map showing or containing data points on the historical storm surge occurrences in the Philippines between 1897 and 2011. Typhoon Haiyan in 2013 is not yet included in these data points. If we look closely on the central Philippines, which most of the participants are likely living, we can see a lot of purple and red dots. Purple dots represent storm surges between 1 meters to 4 meters. Red dots represent storm surges more than 4 meters high. And from this map, we can see that the storm surge hotspots in the Philippines are the Eastern Seaboard, the Northern Seaboard, and the Western Seaboard, including Manila Bay. It has been 7 years since the tragic Typhoon Yolanda disaster. Let me refresh your memory with this video so that you can have a visual understanding of the power of storm surge. Okay, so today let me share you 3 things about storm surge. What causes a storm surge? What factors can influence the storm surge flooding? And how do we introduce storm surge in basic education? Low pressure area on the eye of the typhoon, and for the most part, the strong winds surrounding the typhoon push water and pile it up on the shallower areas of the seafloor and onto land, creating a storm surge. In addition to the surge, there are large and destructive waves riding on top of the surge. These surging waters then flood coastal areas and loss of lives. Recognized in determining the levels of storm surge, consisting basic characteristics and coastal characteristics. In the interest of time and brevity, we will focus on approach to the coast, the slope of the seafloor, and the shape. While storm characteristics apply for storm surges, the coastal characteristics are applicable to any extreme wave events. It can be storm surge or tsunami. A storm approaches the coast following a track that is oriented or even makes a difference in the storm. In general, a storm approaching the coast directly storms an oblique angle or moving parallel to the coast. Because of the Earth's rotation, wind circulates around the eye of the storm clockwise. 2 sides, depending on the direction of forward side and the left side. Side of the storm, there is an additive effect of the wind speed and the steering winds, which determines the forward speed of the storm. In effect of this additive contribution of wind speed and the speed of the storm, the strongest winds of an approaching typhoon is concentrated on the right side. So with a perpendicular approach, the storm pushes water on shore, piling it up against the shore. With the storm that is approaching at an oblique angle or parallel to the coast, the right side stays on the right side of the storm stays just offshore. Well, there will still be storm surge with an oblique approach, but it will not be as destructive as that of storm surge with the storm approaching perpendicularly or directly towards the coast. So let's have an exercise. There is a typhoon approaching Samar and Leyte following this track. Using the angle of approach, which location will have greater storm surge? Is it Balangiga, Tanawan, or Dulag? The correct answer would be Tanawan, because it is on the right side of the approaching storm and the angle of approach is perpendicular. So that's what happened during Typhoon Yolanda. This is a satellite image showing the distinct spiraling bands of clouds surrounding the eye of Typhoon Yolanda while it's on Leyte Gulf. The strong onshore winds directed in Hernani, Tacloban, and Tanawan caused extremely high storm surge. But it doesn't always need a super typhoon like Yolanda to generate a storm surge. Hurricane Sandy is a much weaker storm in terms of wind speed, but still generated a storm surge that leveled the coast of New Jersey and New York in United States. This is a photo showing the damage caused by Hurricane Sandy to the New Jersey coast in October of 2012. Which brings me to the next factor, slope. Storm surge levels are different between shallow seafloor and steep seafloor. In general, gently sloping seafloor commonly produces higher storm surge. A steep seafloor, on the other hand, commonly produces lower storm surge. In the case of Hurricane Sandy, the New Jersey and New York coasts have gently sloping seafloor, like this. That is why even a low category Hurricane Sandy can generate a massive storm surge. The other factor would be the shape of the shore. Is a storm surge model of San Pedro Bay during Typhoon Yolanda. San Pedro Bay is a small embayment located within the Leyte Gulf and where Tacloban and Basay are located. The color corresponds to the height or the water level. So blue is low, red is high. Notice that the highest water levels are on the inner side of San Pedro Bay. In general, narrow bays along a coastline such as San Pedro Bay will tend to magnify the storm surge as the water is funneled into the opening and piles up. This is called the funneling effect. So why was Typhoon Yolanda's storm surge extremely high in Tacloban City? 3 things: strong onshore winds, shallow seafloor, and narrow bay. Definitely a perfect recipe for storm surge. In the aftermath of Typhoon Yolanda, many commented that it is unprecedented. Nothing quite like it happened before. But is it true? If we look at the Pag-asa database, storm surge occurrences in the Philippines, number 1 on their list is the Typhoon of Samar and Leyte in 1897. In Tanawan, the church in Poblacion has an inscription that records the same 1897 typhoon. So the inscription is on the right side of the entrance of the church, which is located 500 meters away from the beach. And it said that the church withstood the hurricane and tidal wave of 1897. But the most detailed and perhaps the most accurate record of 1897 typhoon that we have is this unpublished report of Father Jose Alge, who was then the director of Manila Observatory. The Manila Observatory gave me access to this report as my primary reference for my PhD thesis on storm surge. This report contained maps, photos, survivors' accounts, and instrumental records. And most importantly, it contains measurements of flood heights along the coast of Samar and Leyte. 2 weeks after Typhoon Yolanda hit Samar and Leyte, I led a team of geologists, oceanographers, and engineers to conduct a post-typhoon survey similar to what the Jesuit priests have done in 1897. So our measurements are in red. Another group of Japanese scientists conducted an independent survey. Their measurements are in gray. I then combined these 2 data sets of the Typhoon Yolanda and compared with the 1897 measurements, which are in black circles, and found that for the most part, the 2 storm surges peak in similar locations, including Hernani, Basay, Tacloban, and Tarawan. In the Philippines, we call it Yolanda, but worldwide or internationally, it is known as Haiyan. In our study, which was published in the Bulletin of American Meteorological Society in 2016, we concluded that while Typhoon Yolanda's storm surge was about twice the height of the 1897 event in San Pedro Bay, where Tacloban and Basay are located, the 2 storm heights in Hernani, which is the coast that is open to the Pacific. And so they say history repeats itself. Does it? I am not a historian, I am a geologist. And so I would like to echo the position on this matter of the Filipino historian, Ambet Ocampo. At the end of his TEDx Diliman talk, Liberating Ourselves from Our Past in 2015, he said, "History does not repeat itself. We repeat history." So maybe we also need to apply this paradigm shift on disaster management and act proactively. I'm glad that DepEd included coastal and marine hazards and as topics in the earth and sciences. And I think they also have disaster risk reduction subject in the senior high school curriculum as one way to increase awareness on natural disasters. This is a concrete example of participatory engagement in disaster preparedness, which Sir Romeo has been explaining and discussing earlier in the open forum this morning. So in the next few slides, I will be sharing with you few learning activities on storm surge that I developed for teachers and students, both in an elementary and high school. The first learning activity is beach crash. I developed this learning activity in 2018 before the pandemic. So it was designed as a group activity. The main objective of this activity is to observe the effects of the angle of approach, the slope of the seafloor, and the quality of materials on the beach to storm surge damage. The key message that I want to share with our educators today who might be listening is that we can engage our students in activities that use readily available materials. It can be a plastic container, a toothpick from the kitchen. It can be a scoop of sand from the yard. It can be electric fan or hand dryer. These are materials that are readily available at home. And learning do not need to be fancy. So if you want or interested in the detailed procedure of this activity, you can send your email. Send an email to me and I will gladly share with you the complete procedures for this activity. I developed this learning activity for the science, specifically for the Science Explorer of the Science Education Institute. So these are the photos of students, senior high school students or junior high school students, and also teachers who were engaged in learning about the storm surge. From this experience, I learned that, and I observed that this particular activity is quite suitable for a wide range of learners from grades 5 to grade 12, and also for teachers. If you want to know more about Science Explorer or for more learning materials or activities in STEM, you may follow their Facebook page. This next set of activities are appropriate even for limited teacher-student interaction in this time of pandemic. Process of the storm surge, and this is focused on the impacts of the storm surge. While on a short-term balik scientist, I created these activities for CVIF, which is the Pioneering Institute for the Dynamic Learning Program. So the CVIF DLP is a teaching pedagogy that supports or promotes independent student learning. Sadly, we were not able to cover this topic last semester because of the slower pace with distance learning set up. But the key point in this set of activities is that local context is very important. In this particular example, I included actual storm surge events in Bohol, using local examples that students can relate to, could engage students' interests and awaken their curiosity. You can access more learning activity sheets for free on our e-learning portal. Let me end my presentation with this photo of me and the elementary students that joined in the Science Explorer trip in 2018. I learned from Typhoon Yolanda and 1897 storm surge that we have a very short historical memory. And since then, it's been my personal advocacy to transfer my knowledge on storm surge in the context of historical events to everyone, particularly to those who are living in coastal communities. As a geologist and educator, I live with this principle in sharing my knowledge on coastal hazards or even any geologic hazards for that matter. Keep retelling history for the next generation to remember well, with the hope that we or they will not repeat history over and over. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leah Soria, for that very insightful talk. Please stand by for the open forum right after the fourth session. But before we proceed to the next session, we will have a 5-minute break, and may I request the participants to please fill out the evaluation form using the QR code flashed on your screen. This will also serve as your attendance for the certificate. Thank you. Hmm. And we are back. For the last session, allow me to introduce to you our esteemed speaker. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Meteorology in the Visayas State University as a DOST scholar under the DOST Pag-asa and Agham Party List Project Comet. She immediately joined DOST Pag-asa workforce after graduating and is now working as a climatologist in the Climate Monitoring and Prediction section of Pag-asa. She has participated in different trainings and seminars in climate monitoring in the Royal Meteorological Society in United Kingdom and Japan Meteorological Agency, to name a few. She also co-authored published works in climate monitoring and evaluation techniques. Now, she will be delivering a talk on climate change versus the changing climate. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our fourth speaker, Ms. Jeranne Marie Duran.
Wow, thank you for that, Mr. Cherlindo, for the very touching introduction. I am as well shocked with your introduction. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Again, I am Jeranne Duran, and I'm also a graduate of Visayas State University, VSU. So I am from Southern Leyte. So I am also Bisaya, but because we have participants, we might as well as use English as our medium of this lecture. So let me share my screen. Okay, so my topic or the topic assigned to the changing climate. I know every one of you knows what is climate change, but actually this lecture will tackle morely on the science behind this climate change and the manifestation of climate change worldwide and of course here in the Philippines. Okay, so first of just, I think this was already discussed this morning. I'm not sure if Miss Anna already mentioned this, but first is defining what is weather and climate. I know we are familiar with both words, and I just want to give a more specific definition for this one because I don't know if most have misconceptions of the meaning of this of the weather as well as climate. Well, specifically, weather is just the specific magnitude or the specific condition of the atmosphere in the specific place and time, while climate more likely talks on the longer time scale like months, years, decades, something like that. So just short definition is basically weather is what we get in that particular day, while climate is somewhat like what we expect because like we know that during March, April, May we are expecting a hotter temperature. Why does we know that, or how do we know that? Because every March, April, May, all throughout since we were born, we already experience dry and hot weather during the months of March, April, May. So that's basically what climate is, what you expect. Yeah. So just a quick overview of the factors that influence the Philippine climate. I think you already know this one, but just to give you a summary. So basically, the Philippine climate is mostly affected by our monsoon because the Philippines is affected by our amihan, our northeast monsoon, and our habagat, and which is our southwest monsoon. And of course, Leyte, basically located in the eastern part of the Philippines, usually receives much rainfall, especially during the amihan season. But there are also times when we have ITCZ and of course tropical cyclones that also affects the rainfall that we receive in a particular month or year. So I know you are familiar with climate change, but I'm not sure if any of you is familiar with the word climate variability. So can you give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you are not familiar with this? I think Miss Leia is familiar with climate variability. What about the others? And Sir Lore? Okay, our participant doesn't want to use reactions. Okay, it's okay. So basically, climate variability is the ups and downs of our climate. Like sometimes there's years that we experience a colder year compared to the other years. Sometimes we experience a hotter year than compared to the others. There are seasons that we experience less rain, while there are seasons that we experience more rain. So it's a normal change in the climate or in the weather that we experience in daily life. And what's the difference between this climate variability between climate change is that even though we experience these natural changes in our climate, we also experience this change that we see over a longer period of time. Like in this graph, the ups and downs of the line graph means that there is a climate variability from 1950s to 2010 because there's a change in temperature. Sometimes there's a year where it's colder and sometimes there's a year where it's hotter. But then if you look into the much longer time scale, you can see that there's a trend line. We can make a trend line over those particular years, and we can see that the trend line has a positive slope. So that is basically climate change. So there's a change in the usual ups and downs before, and that is the one that is alarming for us because there's a trend of the increase. Specifically for this graph, there's the trend of an increase in temperature from 1950 to 2010. So like most of us, just an overview, all of us have budgets, right? We have budgets for our food, our grocery, for anything. So we use money for budget. Same with us, Earth also has a budget, but it makes use of the energy that it gets from the sun and budget it and distribute it evenly all throughout the world. So basically, most of the budget that the Earth receive is absorbed over the equator area because that's the area where we get a direct energy from the sun, and the Earth is redistributing it through the wind, through the ocean, and so on. So basically, we have this particular budget, and of course, the Earth's budget is not just if the Earth absorbs energy from the sun, then some of it get reflected out, but some of it are absorbed back into the surface of the Earth. So what's the reason why it's being absorbed back to the Earth's surface? So basically, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think you are already familiar with what we call the greenhouse effect. So basically, the greenhouse effect is just the process on how the Earth maintains its heat or the energy that it gets from the sun. So not every energy is reflected back to the space, but some of it are also being absorbed into the Earth and keeps the temperature or maintains the Earth's temperature. Am I too fast or I'm just all right?
Just fine.
Just fine. Okay, thank you. So actually, there are what we call greenhouse gases present in the atmosphere. Some of it are called carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, and also water vapor is one of the greenhouse gases that is present in the atmosphere. So imagine if there are no greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, what do you think will happen? you can chat or so actually what will happen to the Earth is this. It's negative 18.0 degrees Celsius. This will be the temperature of the Earth without the greenhouse effect. So greenhouse effect is not that bad because uh, it keeps the heat within the Earth's atmosphere so that it will not escape and maintain the life here on Earth. So the global mean temperature of Earth right now is 15 degrees Celsius, but without greenhouse gases, it will be negative 18 degrees Celsius. So now, what do you think will happen if there are too much greenhouse gases in the atmosphere? So it says here, I am sick, help me. So if there's too much, so there will be too much gases that will keep the heat within the Earth's atmosphere, so the Earth will get sick. So it will be too hot inside the Earth or within the Earth's surface. But have we experienced temperature rise in the past, or is it normal that we experience higher than normal temperature? Because when we talk about climate change, usually it's attributed into global warming, right? So have we experienced it before, or is this not the first time that we've experienced a hotter temperature or hotter global temperature? Actually, yes, we have already experienced. In the past, it was during the Paleoeocene thermal maximum, with that the Earth's mean global temperature rise is more than 5 to 8 degrees Celsius from the mean right now. So it's 15. So around the global Earth temperature or the global temperature is around 20 to 28 degrees Celsius. And we've already experienced that before. So what's the difference between the condition that we're experiencing right now? So as you can see, based from this graph, we've experienced increase in the temperature for about 4 to 7 degrees Celsius increase over 5,000 years. So it takes too long for us to accumulate those temperature. But what we're experiencing right now is a sudden spike in a temperature, which is not normal for what we've experienced before. So before, it takes too long to accumulate those energy or those increase in temperature. But now we've gathered a huge increase in temperature for a shorter period of time. And that is one of the reasons why there's been an alarming effect of this particular phenomena that we're experiencing. So temperature has climbed 0.7 degrees for that shorter period of time from industrial years up to the present. So why are we experiencing this? So this is because of what we call the human enhanced greenhouse effect. So we have a natural greenhouse effect. Yes, it helps us. It keeps it maintains the heat inside the Earth's surface. But human enhanced greenhouse effect is the alarming one because we are interfering with the natural process due to human intervention. We've experienced rapid increase in temperature. So how do humans contribute to climate change? So this particular graphs is based from the different climate models that international agencies use for climate projections. So I will talk later more on climate projections projections. So basically, the black line means that this is the observed temperature trend, or this is the observed temperature trend from 1960s to 2000, while the blue and red line are the simulations. So the first graph is they are trying to simulate the temperature, the observed temperature using our simulations. And you can see that this one is without natural forcing, or we are not putting human interventions in the models. So as you can see, there's a huge difference with the observation or the actual temperature compared to the simulations due to natural forcing. But when we added human forcing to the natural forcing, we can see that the simulations actually coincides with the lines of the observation. So what does this mean? So actually, it just means that there's a huge anthropogenic effect or a human contribution to the warming that we are experiencing right now. So this is just a graph, of the carbon dioxide concentration, basically from 1800s to the year 2000. And basically, this is the global mean temperature. So as you can see, when temperature increases, also the carbon dioxide measurement also increases, which coincides again or reflects to that we are releasing more carbon dioxide in the air. So these are some of the contributions of humans to climate change. So basically, we have lots of landfills, vehicles, coals, and of course, animals. We are all releasing or contributing to these additional greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So will be the effect of all of this increase in the greenhouse gases? So again, we are experiencing sea level rise, increase in ocean temperature, increase in precipitation, increase in ocean acidification, and of course, there are times when we experience more frequent drought. So right now, our ocean is in peril and we are experiencing climate change. So to see the proofs that of our current situation, so I want you to see this video. So blue means colder temperature, and yellow to orange means a hotter temperature. So this is the Philippines. So this is a timeline from 1951 to the year 20. So basically, this is the global temperature or the temperature that we've experienced here in the Philippines, as well as for the whole world. So in terms of global temperature, because when we talk about climate change, we basically look into the longer time scale, and to see that longer time scale, we basically need to use graphs to verify if there's really an increase in the temperature. So basically, from 1850 to 2018, the global mean temperature increased 0.99 degrees Celsius. So maybe you can ask me why it's just over or less a degree. So why bother? Actually, Earth is like a person. So basically, if you increase your mean body temperature beyond the normal, even if it's just a little of over 0.5 degrees or 0.1 degrees, you already feel tired and you already feel sick. It's the same with the Earth. A small increase in the temperature has greater effects in us. So basically, from 1850 to 2018, we can see that most of the top warmest years is recorded in the present. And 2018 is among the 4 warmest years on record, and also based on our preliminary analysis, 2020 was the 3rd warmest year in the Philippines, and 2020 is also the 2nd warmest year in the world record. So are those trends also observed in the Philippines? So most of the trends that I've showed you are all in global scale. So what about here in the Philippines? Are we also experiencing all those effects of what we call climate change? So basically, Pag-asa released this Observed Climate Trends and Projected Climate Change in the Philippines report. So last 20, I think it was released last 2019. So basically, all of the latest data about the current climate trends and projected climate change report can be found here. So let's see what's inside of this report. So based on the report that Pag-asa releases, so an increase of 0.68 degrees Celsius in the annual mean temperature has been observed from 1951 to 2015. And an increase of 0.99 degrees for the minimum temperature and 0.24 degrees for the annual maximum temperature. So what does this mean is we have increase in temperature and minimum temperature, or our nighttime temperature. We call this sometimes the nighttime temperature. So we actually experience warmer nights compared to warmer days from 1951 to 2015. In terms of rainfall, let's look into the Eastern Visayas. So as you can see, there's been an increase over here in the Leyte area. There's been an increase in the rainfall from 1951 to 2015. I think this is 2015 or 2010. And in terms of seasonal rainfall, we can see that all throughout the season, especially here in December, January, February. So over Leyte area, we can see also a huge increase, a significant increase in the rainfall. So based on your experience, have you felt like there's been more rain compared to the previous years? Okay. So in terms of climate extremes, so there are more warm days and fewer cold nights. So based on station-based data, so basically these are the days. This is the data for Tacloban. I think this is the only available station, Pag-asa station that they've used for this data is for Tacloban area. We have a significant increase in temperature as well as also an increase in the mean cold nights. In terms of extreme rainfall events, so extreme rainfall events, we can see here over Tacloban that we have a significant increase in extreme rainfall, as well as also a significant increase in the frequency and intensity of the rainfall. In terms of the tropical cyclones, so there's been a decrease in the frequency of the landfalling tropical cyclones in the Philippines, but there's been an increase in the intensity or stronger tropical cyclones that enter the Philippine area of responsibility. So is this also the future? So those were the current condition that we've experienced for the past decades. So will this continue? Will this be also the future? So basically, aside from the observed trends that I've showed you, so Pag-asa also has climate projections which is used as guide for our decision makers and policymakers on what actions they will take in the near future. So we also included this data in the published works that we have. So what's the difference between the weather or the climate forecast compared to the climate projections? Basically, this climate weather and climate forecasts are forecasts for day-to-day forecast or seasonal forecast, while this climate projection is a forecast or an outlook for the next 50 years or more. So basically, it's a more longer time scale. So how did they use this? So basically, they derive it from different global models. Then they did some downscaling to increase the resolution of the data that they are using. So this is the projected temperature in the Philippines. So basically, by year 2000, temperature could go as much as 2.5 to 4.5 degrees than the normal under this scenario. So basically, in climate projections, we have a scenario which is what we call the business as usual scenario, where we are not doing any mitigation or we are not doing any actions to prevent the increase of temperatures or the effects of this climate change, while the other scenario is a balance of the usage of renewable energy, as well as maintaining or lessening the impacts of climate change due to the lessening lessening the contribution of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. So what is the projected mean temperature? Actually, this is for the whole Philippines, not for NCR. Sorry about that. So this is the projected temperature. A is for RCP 4.5, which is the scenario where we will balance the usage of the renewable energy and the effects, or we're going to be to mitigate the effects of the climate change, while C is our worst case scenario or our business as usual scenario. That means that we are not doing anything about it. So based for these projected changes, so actually all parts of the country might in temperature might increase of 1.5 to 2.0 up to mid-century 2036 to 2065, while worst case scenario is temperature might increase from 2.0 to 2.5 degrees Celsius. So imagine how hot will be the Philippines for 2036 to 2065. So just to show you in a global perspective of the temperature increase, so based on the Paris Agreement that all countries should maintain at least 2 degrees Celsius and should in a long term should limit the increase of the temperature to up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But even though they will limit those increase, we can still feel the effects of this particular increase, especially here in the Philippines. So as what the projection has told us, that a possible increase of 1.5 up to 2.5 degrees Celsius in the mid-century. So possible increase in heat waves. I think we are not experiencing heat waves here in the Philippines, but an increase in heavy rainfall, less fresh water availability, increase in sea level rise, and of course, increase in coral bleaching in our reefs. So possible effects of this increase in temperature, of course, increase in energy demand. If it's hotter, then more people will use energy. Increase in heat stress, risk to food security because it will decrease decrease the yields in agriculture. There's a risk in biodiversity and risk in available water security. So in terms of rainfall, what is our possible projected rainfall for the Philippines? And of course for Leyte. So basically since we are doing some scenario basis, so we don't know if there will be a possible increase in the amount of rainfall or a decrease in the rainfall. So depends on our policymakers and decision makers of what mitigation measures will they prepare for the upcoming effects of the climate change. So Pag-asa is giving them options for the possible wettest scenario as well as the possible driest scenario. So just to simplify, so usually we're looking into the 50th percentile or the median, not the if we are only looking into the possible effects of the climate change in our rainfall. So for Leyte, basically for December, January, February, a possible increase in rainfall for the December, January, February season, which is usually we have lots of rainfall during this season, and we're expecting to increase to have a surplus of rainfall for up to the increase also of rainfall for March, April, May up to September, October, November season for the province of Leyte area. So example for this is for March, April, May, usually we have lesser rainfall during this particular season, and that lesser rainfall will also be lessened for the based on our projection for the mid-century. So what will be the possible effect of this is, of course, if there will be an increase of rainfall, then a risk of flooding, a risk of landslide, also a risk of waterborne diseases, transport disruption, and risk also of water security. So in terms of tropical cyclones, so we also have models that simulates the possible change in the tropical cyclone frequency as well as intensity. So as you can see, the projection is some of the models are suggesting a decrease in the tropical cyclone frequency, and there are also there is also an increase, possible no increase in the tropical cyclone frequency. And for the tropical cyclone intensity, and most of the models are suggesting a significant increase in the intensity of tropical cyclones in the near future. So, based on all of this information, how do you feel about all of this? Did it give you an urge to take actions on the possible effects of climate change? So basically, the main question is, what can we do? So we already know how human contributes to this what we call climate change. So basically, all of this helps if we lessen everything, every contribution of humans in the earth. Basically, especially this one based on the research that individual humans main reason of the increase in the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere for an individual human is because they eat too much meat, because since when you grow animals, then they will produce carbon dioxides in the air, produce methanes, as well as you will use transportations if your business is all about meat products, and all of that, if you accumulate that one, is it will increase or it will contribute to the huge impact. So actually they are promoting eating lesser meat for an individual, and it will greatly lessen the carbon footprint of an individual. I want to leave you is this: the future is in our hands. We already know its impacts. We already know what climate change is, and now it's up to us to take actions of what we call climate change. That would be all.
Thank you, Mr. Anne-Marie Duran, for that very enlightening talk. Please stand by for the open forum right after the break. So before we proceed to the open forum, may I request the participants to please fill out the evaluation form using the QR code flashed on your screens. This will also serve as your attendance. Thank you. And we are back. This segment of the webinar is devoted for the open forum. And to act as our forum mediator, let us all welcome Engineer Rodson B. Labisores.
So, good afternoon, everyone. For this afternoon's open forum, we may request our guest speakers, Dr. Leah and Ms. Joanne, to open their cameras and be prepared for the questions. To those who want to ask them directly, you can use the raise hand button to be recognized. And after your question is answered, you can now mute the microphone as we will be entertaining questions from the other participants. So to start with the questions we have from Sir Lore, 3 questions. Okay, the first question is, with the recorder history of storm surges in the Philippines, especially in the eastern parts of Leyte and Samar, and knowing that we are experiencing climate change, do we expect more extreme weather phenomena in the future? That's the first question. Later na lang yung second tsaka third.
Well, I guess si Miss Joanne muna kasi yun yung niya topic niyan on weather and climate.
Okay po. Actually po, since based on the projection that we
from PhD students na lang.
Okay. Okay. So based on the projections that I've showed you, so some of the projections that I've showed you is based on the projection of the possible increase in the tropical cyclone intensity for the near future. So if there will be a possible increase in tropical cyclone intensity, then there will be also a possible increase in the number of storm surges that might happen here in our country as well as in other parts of in here in our country. So yes, basically there will be a possible increase in that aspect.
Okay. Here is the other questions, especially from one of our students. If methane gas has higher greater effect in warming the earth, no? Since it is 21 times more potent than the carbon dioxide, why is it that most of the studies in global warming only focus on carbon dioxide?
Okay, that's a very good question. So basically, in measuring the effects of climate change, as what I've read in the articles that I've studied, we are measuring the effects of these greenhouse gases based on the global warming potential or GWP. So basically, each element or molecules measures its effect based on two things. First thing is how long will it stay in the atmosphere. At the same time is how 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 much radiation does it absorb and emit in the atmosphere. So the question is, why do we focus on carbon dioxide instead of other more potent gases? So basically, we are much focusing on carbon dioxide because of its dominant, though its dominance in the atmosphere. Even though its GWP is low, it emits and absorbs less radiation compared to other gases. It stays for around 100 years in the atmosphere. And of course, it's much easier for us to produce carbon dioxides because basically carbon product of the basic is carbon dioxide is the main byproduct of the human respiratory system, as well as we are emitting carbon dioxide in much easier compared to the other more potent gases.
Thank you for wonderful answer, Vam. Okay, so here's another questions from other student again. So no, will we experience sea level rise in the Philippines due to climate change? So please. So do you have any say on this one?
I'm so sorry, the alarm for a fire alarm in our building is ringing.
So again, so let me just state the question. Will we experience sea level rise in the Philippines due to climate change?
Yes, okay. Thank you for that question. I'm so sorry. There's an expected alarm in our building. So yes, actually one of the impacts of climate change on based on also of the images and infographics that I've shown you is sea level rise. And of course, all bodies of water are connected to each other. So actually, an increase in the sea level in other country might also contribute to the increase of the sea level here in the Philippines. So yes, the answer is yes. We might also be as well or we in the future will also experience sea level rise. Actually, we based on the reports that we've already published, there's already an increase in the sea level. I think Miss Leia will add addition. Are you gonna?
Yes.
Okay, Doc Leia, do you have any additional on that?
Miss Joanne is correct in saying that actually we are now experiencing sea level rise because of global warming. Actually, if you look into the satellite images that record sea level rise in terms of the sea surface heights and sea surface temperatures, the rate of sea level rise actually in the modern time, at least in the satellite era, is much higher than the global sea level rise. It's in the order of centimeters per year, as opposed to millimeters per year for the global sea level rise. So it's not a question of will we experience sea level rise? It's how much, what's the magnitude of sea level rise can we experience, can the Philippines experience because of sea level rise due to global warming?
Yeah. Okay. So just an additional information of what Miss Leia mentioned. So actually, there are two reasons why we experience sea level rise. First is the most common that we believe that there's been a melting on the polar ice caps in the poles, as well as also we should also remember that when matter expands when it's being heated or when the temperature is being increased. So because we believe the temperature is increasing, also sea surface temperature is increasing, and it responds to the increase in the sea level. So just an additional trivia.
Oh, may I add as well?
Sige po.
In terms of sea level rise kasi, it's one thing about the climate. It's also one thing about what is the land is doing. So I'm a geologist, so yung perspective na to is on geology, on the relative land movement. So because of tectonic setting in the Philippines, there are lands who are going up or going down. So yung sea level rise is relative. If the land is going up, just what happened in parts of Bohol during the 2013 earthquake, when the land goes up, ibig sabihin bumaba yung tubig kasi tumaas yung land mo eh. So in the Philippines, in the context of Philippines, sea level change or sea level rise can be counter factors such as yung land movements because of tectonics, and as one factor as well is yung sediment supply mo. How much sediment is going to the coast, and how are our beaches or coastlines are responding to both the interaction of the supply of sediments and the rise of sea level.
Thank you for the answering the questions, ma'am. Here's some other questions from the Zoom chat. So we have from Wansini Ledesma from the issue. So here's the question: like other countries, does our country adopt engineering techniques like, or such as, in geologic, oceanic, mineral sequestration in sequestering atmospheric carbon?
Okay, so I think lots of you are interested with climate change topic.
Medyo technique.
Yes, actually, I need to get back to you on that because I really don't have a background on the sequestration of the carbon, but I think there's been projects from different agencies that they're planning to do some carbon sequestration in, I think, if I'm correct, it's under the Laguna Development Authority. Yeah, something like that. But I don't really have a background of that. But actually, aside from carbon sequestration, there's also been projects, or well, all of us are having projects with reforestation that will also contribute to the natural process of the of lessening carbon in the atmosphere.
Any additional insight po, Doc Lea?
Wala, it's outside of my field of expertise eh, sequestration. Thank you.
Sige po. Okay. Another question from the Zoom chat again, from Kim Sampaga. So, do you think we can change the predicted future about climate change? Follow-up question. is there a chance that we could go back to the time when the Earth temperature is still in normal range or level?
Wow.
So what?
Okay. So actually, what is the first question again? Can you please repeat
Okay.
the question? Thank you.
Okay. The first question is: do you think we can change the predicted future
Okay.
about climate change?
Okay, so the first question first. So actually, in forecasting, basically in the field that we are now, we really don't know what will happen in the future. The future is very uncertain. So we, in terms of climate change, we're doing lots of efforts to mitigate the or lessen the impacts of climate change, and hopefully, while being united with some efforts that we're doing right now, well, we're starting with the Paris Agreement that all nations of the country will contribute in mitigating the effects of climate change or slowing it down. So basically, yes, the answer is we really don't know because no one knows in the future. But what I know for sure is every country and every community in the world are doing much effort to lessen the impact of climate change. So hopefully, yes, in the near future, but since it's really hard to lessen or to stop climate change, what the minimum thing that we are doing right now is just to lessen the impacts of it. And what about the second question again? Sorry.
Okay. The second question is there a chance that we could go back to the time when the Earth's temperature is still in normal range or level?
Okay, so thank you for that. Actually, there's nothing possible. So as what I've showed you before, the Earth experience increase in the in temperature before over thousands of years ago, and also it also experience a coldest also during the previous years ago. So yes, possible Earth might experience a much lower temperature compared before, but the question is, will you still be alive to experience that one? So the process takes too long. We don't know if we are still alive, if that particular phenomena will happen. So we will see, hopefully, in our grandchildren's, our great grandchildren's might experience that one.
Ano po? Taplaya, any additional insight?
Okay, this is an insight from a geologist perspective again.
Yeah.
Kasi in geology, when we talk of climate change, we talk long period of years. Hindi lang thousand, hindi kami nag-stop sa thousands. We talk millions of years. So if you look at the geologic time scale, the climate has been changing naturally, even without yung wala pa yung tao. So what Miss Jer was talking of the uncertainties is kasi may human influence. And we talk of anthropogenic input into the climate. Ang daming feedback mechanisms. Hindi natin alam yung direction eh. When we put human intervention in the natural environment. So I think doon pumapasok, sabi niya, na hindi natin alam. But in terms of yung natural na climate variability, if we just like let Earth do its own thing, magbabago yan. So yon.
Okay. Just a comment from Jim Quevedo. A comment regarding the carbon sequestration in the Philippines. Blue carbon ecosystems have huge potential for carbon sequestration in the Philippines. So that was just his comments. So technically, even I don't have any expertise on that one. Now, okay,
He's an expert on that. He's a graduate of VSU as well. So you may ask him about it.
Yes, thank you for that additional information.
He's doing his PhD now in Japan.
Wow. That's a very good thing to ask of him, no? Later. Okay. Where are we now? Okay. Another questions from Joanna Maristaris, from the students in VSU, or one of the basement students here in VSU. So good afternoon, ma'am. I would just like to ask, are there already discoveries or explorations that can help in removing directly the excess amount of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere?
Okay. So actually, yes, there are efforts worldwide, but I am not sure if there are, I think the one who commented about the blue carbon footprint can also add this particular question. But yes, some of the countries internationally are doing efforts in removing like the sequestration, but here in the Philippines, I'm really not sure, and I don't really have an expertise on this particular field.
Okay po. Okay po. Any additional info that any additional info? Okay. Our next question is from Jumari Sineza. Does this I guess it's referred to Toclea. Does the speed of a storm has an impact to the size of the surge? And if the storm is fast moving, does it mean that it has more pressure or might cause more damage towards the coast?
Okay, that's a good question. And that's what I've actually compared also in between Typhoon Yolanda and the 1897 typhoon. So 1897 typhoon is a slow, typically slow, while Yolanda is moving much, much faster. It's almost twice as fast as the 1897. I think its forward speed, Yolanda's forward speed is around 40, reach about 40 kilometers per hour. So we can compare that because they went through the same or the similar track. So yung bathymetry, seafloor bathymetry, coastline shape is already equal. Like we assume that there is not much change in the coastal shape or bathymetry between 1897 and Typhoon Yolanda. So when we compare the heights of a storm Yolanda and 1897 typhoon, may difference, but not in the heights. The main difference that we can attribute to the forward speed is on the timing of the duration of the rise and the peak until the water went down. So since mas mabilis ang Typhoon Yolanda, mas mabilis din na nawala yung tubig. Yun. But in terms of yung height, mahirap siyang sabihin eh. In Tacloban pwede in Tacloban kasi wala yung wind effect. Sa Hernani kasi open sea coast, medyo mag-factor in ang wind effect. So in storm surge alone, punta tayo dun sa San Pedro Bay. If forward speed can affect, most likely yes. At least between 1897 typhoon and Typhoon Yolanda.
Okay, so here is the question from the FB Live. It's from Mariela Cassandra, one of the basement students here in VSU. Does the rising of sea level affects the strength of a typhoon? Again po, does the rising of the sea level affects the strength of the typhoon?
I'm not a meteorologist.
I think I will. I think I will answer that one.
Yeah,
So,
I believe so.
yes, I'm thinking if I will give it to Miss Leia, but I just realized that it's about a tropical cyclone. Well, okay, I will answer that one. Okay, so basically, the strength, when we talk about tropical cyclones or bagyo, we're basically talking about the energy that it uses to intensify. And the main source of energy for tropical cyclone is the uh, amount of sea surface temperature. So the higher the sea surface temperature, the more energy it can use to spin. So I think the increase in the sea level does not necessarily affects the strength of the tropical cyclone, but as what we've talked before, that sea level rise also attributed uh, to the warming of the sea surface temperature. So if there will be an increase in the sea level rise, then there will be a possible increase in the sea surface temperature, which might as well affect the intensity of the tropical cyclone. But basically, in this aspect, we're talking about into different time scales, no? When we talk about tropical cyclone, we're talking about days or weeks. When we talk about sea surface temperature, we're talking about seasons, months, and of course, sea level rise also takes about years and decades to manifest. So actually, yes, it might affect, but not directly. So I think that I'm not sure if that answers the question, but that's for my perspective.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that answer. So here is another questions. Medyo marami-rami yung tanong dito eh. Okay.
Guys,
From
anxiety.
ah, may madagdag, do you have do you have an additional? Ano na po? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's proceed to the other question from Good afternoon, ma'am. Based on what I read in an international newspaper, I saw an article entitled Kids Are Cute but they are not really eco-friendly. Is controlling the world population slow down the effect of climate change? So he actually refers to the read article named Kids Are Cute but they are not really eco-friendly. But and his question is controlling the world population slow down the effect of climate change?
Okay, thank you for that. I'm really amazed in how diverse questions is or are. So basically, when we talk about populations, first is yes, possible that because since if there are more there will be an increase in the population, there will also be an increase in the contribution of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. But I think it's not that big of an impact for as well. I don't have numbers here, so I can't. I don't have evidences if it can really affect or the impacts or slow down the impacts of climate change. But I want also uh, to answer this in the sociology aspect, no, like kids, when we talk about kids, they imitate what other people they imitate what they see from the other people. So basically, they said that kids are cute but not really eco-friendly. But if you will take time to teach those kids how to become eco-friendly, then maybe in the near future they may become sustainable people, or they may become eco-friendly people in the future. So I think yes, they might. I don't really know if the decrease in population might affect or might slow down the effects of climate change. But in terms of psychology, kids can be taught. So basically, if we just teach them the right thing, then maybe they will be good citizens of the world.
Uh, Here is another questions, specifically from Marbs Mondragon via VSU Metsoc na FB page. Hello, good afternoon. My question is, during the Typhoon Yolanda, many people observed that before the storm surge occurred, the water level became highly low. If this is true, what is the explanation behind on that particular event? Thus, Yolanda generated a tornado. Is this an implication of climate change since this was the strongest typhoon in history? So there are actually three questions in here.
Question. Very, very good. Very good question and very good observation on the storm surge. So the areas where they the lowering of the water level is in Tacloban and Basay. That's the particular area. Remember San Pedro Bay. That's the area.
Yeah.
And remember I said that the wind is circulating like counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere for typhoon. So storm surge is actually, depending on your area, it can be a high. The water can go high or go down depending on where you are relative to the position of the typhoon. So Tacloban and Basay experience that lowering in water level when the typhoon is still on the Leyte Gulf. It's still approaching. It's because the wind on that area is going offshore. It's not blowing onshore, it's blowing offshore. So it pushed the water offshore as well. And then when the typhoon landed or near, very close to Leyte, that's when the wind shifts and the wind blows onshore and going into the bay, San Pedro Bay, where Basay and Tacloban is located. So yes, and definitely it's not because of climate change. It's just because of it's the dynamics of the wind and the water interacting while whilst Typhoon Yolanda is approaching Leyte Island.
Okay, any additional po? Okay. So here is another question from Sir Torion. So in a geologist perspective, so this is addressed to Ma'am Leah. Is there any actions and or possible actions that humans can do in terms of coastal management to mitigate sea level rise?
Of course. Of course, my personal advocacy is that we can act proactively, right? So even in the lifespan of humans and in geologic perspective, we can do something in protecting the coastline in terms of the impacts of sea level rise. But one thing that we need to ask first before protecting is that we should know what is or what are the causes of sea level rise. At least the relative. That means just as what I'm saying a while ago, you need to understand the interactions between the global sea level rise because of the melting of glaciers, thermal expansion, and all that. At the same time, we should also understand how the land is moving because of tectonics, because we are in a very tectonically active area, and also the role of sediment supply, the rivers or the coral reefs or the nearshore areas are contributing to the stability of our coastlines. So that's first. We should know the causes first. Once we know the causes, then we can go and think about what are the possible ways that we can do. What are the solutions that are available for us? And that's where other scientists needs to work together so that we can have a more holistic approach in addressing coastal erosion. So I don't have my copy here, but Dr. Siringan of the Marine Science Institute in UP and several research assistants have written a book. It's called the Coastal Erosion Guidebook of the Philippines. So for those who are planning to go into or pursue careers on coastal protection, coastal conservation, coastal monitoring, it's a good book that you can have. It talks about the causes of shoreline change because of relative sea level rise in the Philippines. It contains a lot of examples, Philippine examples of the possible solutions, because there's not only one solution. We have the engineering solutions. We have soft engineering solutions like protecting the mangrove or green belts. So yeah, there's that complete guidebook that is available for everyone.
Okay. Thank you for the answers, Dr. Leia. And I guess this will be the very last question. I guess this will be the last question. This question is from Jeric Parages. Is planting mangroves on shores the best way to mitigate the impact of storm surge? Again, I will just state it again. Is planting mangroves on shores the best way to mitigate the impact of storm surge?
There are two answers to that question, yes and no. Why did I answer yes and no? No, because if you are planting, even if you are planting mangroves on the coast, if it's not the right mangrove species, and you're planting not on the right place. Like for example, mangrove reef, if you look and if you observe on mangrove reef, they are mostly planting rhizophora. They are mostly planting on the reef where seagrass meadows are already present. So in those cases, the answer would be no, because you are not protecting the coastal environment. You're displacing seagrass, and also the type of mangrove should be appropriate in the area. So mangrove reforestation is effective if you plant the right species, you plant the right species on the right place. The density, you should also consider the density of the mangroves that you plant. And actually, it's not only mangrove. Let me, because if you realize, not all our coastlines have mangroves, but they have beach forests. So in areas where mangrove can be planted, plant mangroves. In areas where beach forests, the natural beach forest can be planted, then plant the beach forest trees, not trees and shrubs, not mangroves.
Okay, so that would really mean that it will totally depend on the area, no? And what
Yes.
kind of species to be used, not
Yes.
to as an alternative, or the native species will be the best way, no? Especially if they are useful in mitigating or preventing the storm surge.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, in terms of mangrove reforestation, you can actually get in touch or ask copies of mangrove reforestation guidelines and protocols with the Zoological Society of London, based in Iloilo. The head is Dr. Georgian Primavera. So she is the expert on mangrove reforestation.
Okay. And that would really be the best strategy, asking the experts on the mangrove species, especially on planning climate mitigations.
Yes, climate, shoreline change, storm surge, anything.
Yeah, and I would really agree to that. So, and I guess there is actually may mga pahabol pa na tanong, no? Okay. So, this another question from Justin Hanna. So, good afternoon. I was wondering if carbon emission trading actually works in reducing our emissions in the global and national scales. Thank you. So, Ma'am Jeran.
Okay, so carbon emission trading.
Yeah.
Is that right? Actually, I'm not
Yes.
sure what is carbon emission trading. So let's check. Who- okay, so based on what I've seen here, so actually I am amazed with all of your questions, no? So I'm also learning a lot from this open forum. So as what I've seen here, carbon emission trading is a form of emission trading that specifically targets carbon dioxide and is currently constitutes to the bulk emission trading. Okay. Okay. So as what the question is, can you please repeat the question for
Okay.
this particular one?
Okay. Uh, the question is, I was wondering if carbon emission trading actually works in reducing our emissions in terms of global and national scale.
Okay, so as what I've understand the definition of carbon emission trading is like some companies will meant of carbon emission, then other countries will gain from what from those trading mechanisms. So basically, each countries or each part of the government will be allotted a carbon dioxide output, and uh, some of those who are using lots of carbon dioxide emission might use the allotments granted to the others who have lesser carbon dioxide emission. So for this country, actually, based on the NCPs or the carbon emission allotted for the Philippines, actually, we are we are in the level where we our budget is that we can maintain the uh, -2 degrees limit of the Paris Agreement, but we are still in the process of reducing much of that particular maintenance. So I think we here in the Philippines, we really don't have the spare allotment for our carbon dioxide allotment budget. And if we will still sell that one to other who have huge carbon dioxide emission, then it will add, sorry, it will add to our existing budget. And right now we are doing lots of effort again to lessen our current budget emission. But if we sell those particular allotment that we have, then it will increase to the ones that we don't have. So I think for me, in my own perspective, based on the definition that I've got just now, is we can't afford to sell what we have. So I think it will not benefit us in the future, but it will give us a problem if we do that particular carbon emission trading.
Okay po, any additional info or insight about about this question?
The carbon footprint trading.
Oh yeah, about the carbon emission
Very
trading.
limited. I have a very limited background on that carbon footprint trading, but it's a very controversial issue, and it goes beyond science. It's mostly on global economy. So it's a science problem, and it's also an economics problem. So pag tiningnan mo yung dynamics on carbon footprint trading, ang tanungin mo, sino ang nakikinabang, sino ang lugi? Kasi the rich countries who are producing more carbon footprint in the atmosphere can actually buy yung allotment of carbon footprint from those countries are contributing less. So sino yung mga countries na yon? Yung developing countries. So at the same time, it's also a social issue. So magaling yung tanong kasi it forces us to look into this problem of climate change in different perspectives, iba-ibang atake, scientists, economists, and social scientists. And there's no one correct answer to that. Iba-iba. Very complex.
Okay po. This will be our last questions. This question is addressed to Doc Lea from Lian Marie Loreto, the president of the VSU Meteorological Society. What are your recommendations in mitigating the impacts of storm surge to highly vulnerable areas?
Wow. Again, another very good questions. Madami akong recommendation. Anyway, but first and most importantly, we should coordinate with that means yung scientists, the local stakeholders or yung local government officials, yung community in general. And I guess in the part of a scientist, di ba, balik tayo dun sa thematic areas ng DRRM, which is yung preparedness, response, ganyan. So in terms of preparedness, kasi yun yung yun yung forte ko. Kailangan nga talaga nating inform yung mga tao, the communities. We go to the communities, involve them so that they can participate in the decision making. In terms of yung vulnerable areas, madaming tao, usually yan Yun, madaming tao. So one recommendation would be, yung concrete recommendation is to plan for yung evacuation. Concrete plan ng evacuation routes. Maganda yung ginagawa ng Pag-asa. I think Pag-asa. I don't know if it's DPWH as well. Meron sila yung marker. If you are living along the coastline, you can see markers that this area is prone to storm surge, this area is prone to tsunami, ganyan. You will likely see along the coastal areas, especially in Eastern Visayas. I see few here in Bohol. So meron yan. But also, we need to have a concrete plan. Saan? Ano yung direction? Pag sinabi, for example, if Pag-asa warns, have a forecast on storm surge warning. Sinabi, ganitong level ng tubig ang tataas kasi may padating na bagyo. The people should know saan. Saan sila mag-evacuate? Anong ruta ang dadaanan? Yon, kailangan yon. And one basic recommendation is that we should know anong elevation yung mga bahay natin nakatayo. We should have at least markers kung anong elevation tayo with respect to sea level, especially also with the critical facilities natin. One is your house, at least alam mo, as an ordinary citizen, pwede mong malaman sa barangay perhaps, and even sa munisipyo, kung anong elevation yung kung saan yung bahay nakatayo. At the same time, the critical infrastructures like hospital, munisipyo, evacuation centers should be placed in areas that are not vulnerable. Or if there are areas if there are critical facilities that are already located on that vulnerable areas, kung pwede, gawan ng paraan para malaman saan pwedeng, ano yung next level na evacuation site. Yon yung mga concrete kong recommendation. And I actually work with the local government units. I work with mostly municipal engineers, especially when I went to Leyte and Samar. I talked to them, and the maps that I was able to produce in my thesis, yung measurement ko ng gaano kataas yung tubig, how far inland did the water go during Typhoon Yolanda. I gave a copy to them. And which reminds me also, kailangan kong ibigay sa kanila yung mapa na, yung naka-GIS na. Kasi some of our LGU are actually capable now of working with GIS data. So pwede yun. It's a coordination between scientists like us and the local government officials. At least in that aspect of preparedness.
Thank you for your insight. How about Mr. Ann, do you have recommendation?
Sea level. Climate change. Ang hirap ng mga climate change ha.
Nag-isa kasi when we talk about climate change, it's for me it really starts in the community, no? And I think all of Miss Leia's answer are all localized, so I couldn't add for more. Thank you.
Sige po. Okay. If I may add, no, we actually have questions from the FB Live. No, sorry, if they gonna mention. Okay.
It's okay.
Here's from Kurt Swish. How much factor does solar storms affect our climate? So we're talking about, yeah.
Yes. Wow. Okay. Kinakabahan ako dun sa mga ano.
Kaya mo yan, kaya mo yan.
So let's see. So when we talk about solar storm, it's in between the effect of climate change and the solar storm here in the world. But as much as I know, I think because in climate change, our main problem is the human contribution that causes
physical effect on the climate change of the planet. So yun lang yung madagdag ko as factor ng astronomy.
Yun, trivia.
Yeah.
Meron hindi nakalimutan ko yung title. I forgot the title of that documentary. It was released after The Inconvenient Truth. It talks a lot about solar storm and climate change. The natural. climate change. Maganda siya. It's a controversial issue. At meron siyang effect on the climate on Earth. Ang solar storms. Nakalimutan ko yung title.
To look into that.
I will forward it to you. Or
yes po. To everyone. I think everyone is interested with that one.
Makita ko yung title. It's a very, it will be a good film viewing para sa mga meteorological na students.
It's a wow factor for us to learn more about that one. So thank you, ma'am, for sharing.
So there's inconvenient truth at tapos yon. Sagot siya sa inconvenient truth na documentary.
Sige po. Okay. So another questions again from FB Live. Again from Marbs Mondragon. Hello, as mentioned earlier, if we have no greenhouse, our world will have negative 18 degrees Celsius. And southern hemispheres of the Earth will be colder, or it is in general basis that the Earth will have negative 18 degrees Celsius.
Okay. Oh yeah. I think I am not sure if I've mentioned that the negative 18 degrees Celsius will be the past or is the theoretical global mean temperature. So if we talk, if we consider the temperature of the poles, then maybe it will be much lower to the negative 18 degrees Celsius. So when I say the negative 18 degrees Celsius will be the possible global mean temperature of the Earth without the greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Okay po. And this will be the end of our open forum. That was the last question na po. Okay. So thank you, Ma'am Joanne and Doc Leia for the wonderful panel discussion during our open forum, and it's actually nice, no? The three of us will work together to work on a project that will really help the Filipino citizens. Yeah.
Yes, Filipino citizen talaga.
So I will now give the floor to our MC, Sir Chalin Destorion.
Thank you very much, dear speakers. That was such an eye-opening open forums. There were lots of things discussed, and as I was listening, I was actually religiously listening here during the open forum, and I was in awe of how things transpired during the open forum. Several questions were asked, but our dear speakers were ready, or more than ready to answer the questions. Thank you for that, our dear speakers and participants. And now, to award the certificate of appreciation to our dear speakers, may I request Mr. Daniel C. Lor, the head of the Department of Meteorology.
Okay, so good afternoon once again. So just let me give a comment on that very interesting, very informative, and very interactive session this afternoon. So we are very honored to have our speakers for this afternoon, but equally informative sessions during the morning. So to give, let me read the citation for the certificate. Visayas State University, College of Engineering and Technology, Department of Meteorology, Vizca, Baybay City, Leyte, Philippines. The certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Dr. Janely Leia A. Soria for her invaluable service as the resource speaker on the topic Ocean-Land Interaction during the webinar entitled #WeatherWiser, a New Normal, in celebration of the World Meteorological Day on March 22, 2021. Given this 22nd day of March 2021 at the Department of Meteorology, Visayas State University, Baybay City, Leyte. Signed, yours truly, Head Department of Meteorology, Dr. Roberto C. Guarte, Dean, College of Engineering and Technology, and OIC Vice President for Research, Extension, and Innovation, Dr. Antonio P. Abamo. Another certificate is hereby given to Ms. Jer-Ann Marie W. Duran for her invaluable service as the resource speaker on the topic Climate Change versus Changing Climate during the webinar entitled #WeatherWiser, a New Normal in celebration of the World Meteorological Day on March 22, 2021. Given this 22nd day of March 2021 at the Department of Meteorology, Visayas State University, Baybay City, Leyte. Signed, yours truly, Head of the Department of Meteorology, Dean, College of Engineering and Technology, Dr. Roberto Siguarte, and OIC Vice President for Research, Extension, and Innovation, Dr. Antonio P. Abamo. Thank you very much for our speaker for this afternoon. These certificates will be delivered to you via LBC together with VSU token of appreciation. Thank you once again.
Daghang salamat po.
Thank you po.
And that concludes our webinar. Thank you, speakers and participants, for gracing with us this event. To give this webinar a formal close, let us all welcome the ever-supportive OIC Vice President for Research, Extension, and Innovation, Dr. Antonio P. Abamo.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay ra ba? Okay bang signal ko?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Again, a very pleasant afternoon to all of us, no? Listening, as I was listening kanina, I was not only informed, but I was also entertained by the modeling ano ninyo, mga presentations, no? So it's really a very well prepared presentation, particularly the speakers, no? To our honorable speakers, si Dr. Soria o yung kasama niya si Ms. Duran, and to the Dean of the College of Engineering and Technology, and also Dr. Guarte, and also the head of the newly created, the youngest department of the College of Engineering, Department of Meteorology, Mr. Daniel Lor, and to all his staff, especially the host of this event, the World Meteorological Science event here at BSU, si Sir Yugi Torion og all the other staff, si Charlie Andan and si Rutsen Libaresos, no? Alabisores, and to all who supported this particular activity, I congratulate all of you, and I would say God bless the College of Engineering and the Department of Meteorology. My closing remark for this afternoon's very insightful and also informative seminar, I would say, webinar, I would say, it is actually rolled up in two things. One is, guys, you have really raised the bar, I would say, no? Raised the bar in terms of being able to communicate science effectively. Well, as we may all have observed in the past, weather and especially climate or weather forecasting is a highly misunderstood science, because even in our local people, those who are listening to a weather forecast, they would always complain something like, oh, bakit ganito? It was forecasted to be this way and it's something different, something like that. Well, it's kaya nga forecasting because there are errors, but it's not really understood by our local stakeholders, no? Particularly the farmers and fisher folk. But now, guys, you have really raised the bar in being able to really communicate science in a very understandable manner. And I think there are still a lot of room for improvement. So that would be an exciting journey to go in the next couple of years, while you guys in the Department of Meteorology and all our colleagues in this weather science, no, will also like support in this in our being able to communicate effectively and usefully to our target clientele. Now, I know that this particular endeavor of yours is just the starting of what is yet to come and many things to come yet in this department. And then the other thing that I would like to communicate, thank you also is on the part of our internal operation in the Office of the Vice President for Research, Extension, and Innovation, and particularly in the extension office, where you have contributed something significant already, despite of your newness in the group of those providing extension services to our target clientele. So that at the end of the day, sinabi ko nga a couple of days ago, itong department is almost like year to date already, even tatlong buwan pa lang tayo sa ano. We are still in the third month of 2021. Almost nakuha niyo na yung quota niyo. So congratulations, boys. Congratulations, guys. And I, for one, is really very excited in what you're doing. And I will also support you in being able to communicate this very, very specifically and very understandably to our farmers and fisher folks. Not only here at BSU, but in the neighboring areas, but also in other maybe provinces of the Region 8 and in the Philippines, perhaps. No? So with that note, I say you have done a lot already in this extension work and also in the science, in the teaching of this particular science to our students. So keep up the good work, and a lot of things is still unfolding in the future. And the department, or shall I say the extension division, and the Office of the Vice President for Research and Extension and Innovation will always be there to support your initiative. Thank you, and have a good day for all of us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abamo. The Department of Meteorology, headed by Mr. Daniel C. Lor, would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Roberto C. Guarte, Dean of the College of Engineering and Technology, the University Integrated Media Center for the technical guidance, the University Library, headed by the Chief Librarian, Mr. Vicente Gilos, for lending us this venue, and ultimately the VSU administration, headed by our dear University President, Dr. Edgardo E. Tulin, and to our guest speakers and participants. Thank you very, very much. This event would have not been successful without you in it. See you next year, and hopefully it would be in a face-to-face setting. This has been your host, Charlindo Estorion, saying thank you and mabuhay.
Yay! Thank you, guys. Thank you.